Good evening and welcome. Thank you very much for joining the early crowd here. Yeah, let's just set up the warnings for the breaks so I remember. So, what have you been up to today, collectively? Anything interesting? going on? Have you been checking my recommendation for the new rebranded Twitter video distribution service that I mentioned at the end of the stream yesterday? Just writing more software, just adding more bugs to the system for fixing another day down the line. Don't have a Twitter account. Oh, it's not Twitter anymore. It's called X. So don't worry about it. Inglorious Biohazard. And their new video service is also pretty good. You should check it out. It's not Twitter videos. It's now X videos. So do check it out. xvideos.com. Just pretty good videos there generally. Preferably for my work computer. That's always best. Ah, right. So, Satisfactory it is. I'm gonna go Google. You Google that. Yeah, clearly. Ah, yeah. So, yeah, let's make some trains today. That's nice. I've been. Oh, there's cats everywhere. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the new game, The Expanse, Telltale series, and it's gonna be. Oh, let's see if we can get a. Did he say trains? He did say trains. So that's gonna be interesting to try that. Unfortunately, I was planning to do Thursday and Friday, but now it'll have to be only Thursday, and then hopefully Sunday or Saturday as well when I'm back there. Let me see. What is this? Yeah, I'm interested in trying it, and I'm very much a big fan of Camina Drama from The Expanse, so very much, and it's also the same Sarah Gee or something like that. Her name is the actress. Very nice. So, in fact, really important that they get the same actor for the voice acting. And let's see. Yeah, aside from this, there was something else I wanted to mention, but can't really come up with it. Ooh, I'm talking with the MMO team. What? You're to hear about trains? Oh, right. You're an MMO team. Like your relaxed session. Thank you. I see you got a. I'm assuming that you got a level 3 gift sub. Just when it says 1 month subscriber and a level 3, that to me just, I think I would have noticed if it wasn't a gift sub. So awesome, lucky you. Not that it matters too much, but yeah. So yeah, I'm talking to the Decent development team, and they are cooking up some really cool things for me. I don't know if I'm allowed to show it yet, but it's oh, it's nice. I'm pretty stoked about it, so it should be interesting. And we have it in a. That's gonna be the next big game release, like the one tomorrow, The Expanse. I'm gonna enjoy it. It's probably not gonna be that crowded in here. I think it should be possible to find an empty seat at the back, if for the stream tomorrow. But it's gonna be enjoyable just to see what it is, and then we'll see how long the game is, and how complicated it is, and how good the story is, and all that stuff, and how good the sort of engagement is. And then we'll see how much we're going to play it next week, for example. And then we sort of get towards still like more than 2 weeks, actually, for the next big release. So it's going to be interesting to see what we're going to be sort of looking into there. Suddenly something else will come up. Hello, good evening, Mr. Timmy. Still working late at night. Deadline in 10 days, so it's a rush. So I'll look a bit. Happy to watch the stream. Sounds nice. Thank you for keeping us company, and we'll keep you company while you toil away in the drawing dungeons. Or translation dungeons, maybe? Or is it painting dungeons? Some kind of dungeons where you are being artistic. The artistic dungeons. Right. Another big game that's coming out soon, that's exactly almost a month from now, is Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. I watched the Vatividya video and I honestly lost interest. I don't think, like right now, it doesn't look interesting. It seems like a completely different type of game from what I would play. I'm gonna of course play it and maybe I'll get hooked on it, but it doesn't look particularly appealing. And it may play it really well and might be the best game ever, and then it seems a bit hollow, but I didn't feel that excitement when watching it. Preview of Armored Core, this seemed mixed mid overall. Yeah, this is not from a review. This was from Vatividya, so it's just like what it is and showing it. And it's like, so the thing is like, it seemed like super fast paced, very combat oriented. Sure, that's fine. But everything is just black metal things shooting rockets at each other. And it's incredibly bland. It just seems really bland to look at. And sure, the industrial cities are absolutely amazing for the stuff we've seen so far, but then you saw the maps and it just looked like a Valorant map or an Overwatch map. No, more like a Valorant map, not an Overwatch map. Overwatch maps are better than that, but like it was no, what am I thinking about? Apex Legends. It was Apex Legends map. Like it's flat with some buildings here, and you can just duck behind cover, and you shoot some rockets, and you go back and recharge, and they are moving around, and you hover, and you shoot some more, and it's just like it looks just like a first-person shooter game for robots. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't scratch the itch from the visual sides or the gameplay side. It looked immensely complicated. Like, oh, you can lose hours in the menus. Like, that sounds awful. That does not sound good. Like, and the idea that you sort of have to, like, I also kind of, something that worried me is that maybe it's a really small game, because Vatividya showed 11 missions, and then he was allowed to show some from some of the missions, like 1, 5, 6, and 11 were allowed to show something from. And then he said, like, and then that's the last boss, but that's not the whole game. The mission is to complete it with S tier. I'm like, that sounds so boring. Like, if you have 11 missions and you play 11 missions and they're an hour each, like best case scenario, that's 11 hours of gameplay, and the rest of the gameplay is sitting in menus, tweaking your weight ratios and recharge rates and encumbrance, and that doesn't sound like a game that's particularly interesting. And then if the whole point of it is replaying the same thing in order to sort of hit some kind of gold medal S tier, like that doesn't seem great. Like I hope I'm missing something about it. It's not just like there are 11 missions and then you can play arena. You have to grind arena for the rest. But I mean, if there's 11 missions and we play those and then move on, then that's also fine. Like, I have been wondering why, when it was announced, so like how, like, from Elden Ring was announced, it was 5 years until it released, right? Something like that. 4 years at least. Like the first reveal trailer and then until release was really long time, and this was like half a year. I was like, how do they keep that secret? I mean, they can do that, but in the end, if the answer is it's a much smaller game, it's not Elden Ring 2 size. It's just something to have the B team working on, because all the A team plus half the B team has been working on Elden Ring, and then some people have been working on the game engine for Armored Core, and then they can finish up the rest with slap some metal stuff on things and explosions, and then throw another game. Yeah. Clears the way for Elden Ring DLC. I would imagine that there are separate teams for it, but I don't know. It's a pretty big. Oh, I lost focus there. Pretty big gaming house by now. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels. I didn't get the best vibes from it. I actually didn't even watch the whole video because I was like, oh, this is all the new video I have, and then started sort of replaying it while talking. I was like, I don't care. I don't need to watch that anymore. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it an honest shot. I just don't think it's going to be 150 hours worth as Elden Ring ended up being. But you never know. You never know. They have a... Have you played Anno 1800? Yes, I have. I played it when it was new. It's certainly not new anymore. So yes, I have played it. I think it's a good game. It's fun. But it's not a game that's worth playing more than once. It's just next playthrough. Like a big part of the playthrough was also the sort of the interaction with the world and the missions and stuff like that, which was pretty fun. No, not too simple. It was a good experience. It's like Frostpunk, for example. You play it, there's a campaign, and you figure out and you learn the mechanics, and you kind of get a hang of it, and you complete the game and go like, that was great. Am I going to do the whole thing again? Like, no, fuck no. I'm moving on. That's it. So that's why. It's one of those games you played once and then that's it. Do you ever plan on playing Space Exploration again? Nope, never ever. Unless, of course, the Factorio expansion is just Space Exploration, as some people are insisting it is. My games seem to be pretty small scale in story length, though. I would love it for it to be long. Yeah, sure. Don't know. It's... I don't know, mech games, is that a category? Like, it feels like whether you play as a mech or you play as anything else doesn't really matter. Like, you could do exactly the same thing and then just be a hero, a dude with guns. It would be the same thing. So, but of course it might be giving a revival to mech builder, shooter game things. Don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, so I don't know. The good news about that is that it'll give us plenty of time to play Desynced when that comes out, because that's gonna be our main August thing. I had actually hoped that by now we would have heard anything about Factorio. Like, it's supposed to come out this year. Nier Automata. Yeah, I looked a little bit at that when it came out, and I got, yeah. I think it's... I don't know. I'm definitely gonna play Armored Core, but I just don't think it's gonna be like a burning passion like Elden Ring was, where I'm gonna be like making extensive guides and stuff like that. So it's all good. It's all good. What is your favorite Let's Play series of yours besides DSP, Factorio, Satisfactory Camp? What? My favorite Let's Play series of yours besides those? That makes no sense. My favorite? Why is my favorite among my own, but excluding the 4B? I don't know. I can't answer that question. It's too weird. Do you plan ahead or do you just come spontaneously? Depends. If you're watching Twitch, then this is where we just test out things and sort of evolve ideas. And YouTube is more crisp. DSP, Factorio 2 releases... That would end all like the game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, DSP is... Okay, so hypothetically, I hope it doesn't happen, because that would be stupid. But if... Oh, that's actually a really good question for myself. If Dyson Sphere Program and Factorio released on the same day, of course I would sort of have to clean out my calendar. But then... Which one would I focus on? I think that in my heart of hearts, I would want to play Dyson Sphere, but because it's a business, I would definitely play Factorio. If I can only play one. I hate those. You can only do one, but then I posed the question myself, so it's okay. Hello, good morning, JD. Maybe you played some other game that's under my radar that has not many views, but you enjoyed it. Ah, Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, now I get it. Well, I like my oxygen not included. Didn't really get much traction. Let's see. I think the Let's Play series I'm most proud of is probably Sekiro, but that's a completely different genre because it was deathless. I also really like my Valheim series, but that's, yeah. Yeah, focus on both. I don't know. I don't know if yeah. What about you, JD? What are you playing these days? You done with Tectonica or still yeah, Ixion was cool. Yes, Ixion was really cool. It was just a little bit of a flash in the pan. Not fish in a pan. Not flash in a pants. Just flash in a pan. What do you think about Foundry? Well, it's not here yet. So we played it last time. Foundry and Tectonica came out with demos at pretty much the same time. And I like both of them, and I kind of got them mixed up a bit. Yeah, and I like, first Foundry seemed really simplistic, and then there was this whole underground thing, which I really liked, when you just started digging underground, and I was like, oh, this is fun. This is a little bit different. And then it's kind of like, that's the essence of it, Tectonica. And Captain into the Island isn't flat. Oh, it's not flat. So Captain into the and Tectonica still. Tectonica is getting towards the end. Getting towards the end, is that because you can't come up with things to do? Or is it because because I'm missing like one upgrade of the Victor station, and I could just let it idle for a couple of hours, and then I'd have all I needed, and then click the button, and then I don't have anything else. But I'm looking a little bit into some different sort of base design in Tectonica. It's just so goddamn miserable to build anything in that game. Goddamn miserable. It is unbelievable how miserable it is to build factories in Tectonica. It's just really yeah. End of the story. Okay. I like Ixion. I really wish there was something out there besides factory type in space with asteroids. Well, yeah. But you can't really do like ancient Egypt factory builder. There has to be at a point where conveyor belts are prolific. Desynced is going to come out in 2 weeks, and that will have no belts, but lots of programmable robots to do derpy things. That's going to be interesting. I don't know how they're going to end up making that work, but it's going to be really it's going to be interesting to sort of really abuse the game mechanics. So yeah, I every time in Tectonica I have to place a thresher, I die a little bit inside. And when I say a little bit, that isn't yeah, understating it. They are so annoying in so many ways. Where the goal is to make the bot smarter than the player. Well, I mean, for some of us, that's not as difficult than it is for others. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's going to be a challenge for you. Don't think it's particularly a challenge for me. Also, I have some really good moderators who come up with way too advanced programs. But that's really cool. Like you built these little swarms, and then like, okay, this guy is a scout, and this one is carrying the power, and then these are going to do some mining, and this one is doing some processing, and then this one is storing them, and you know, all those things. So just copy paste others programming. Yeah. And good evening, Grundick. Good to see you. Yeah, so yes. Yeah, JD, what do you think about Tectonica factory building? Like, everything revolves around the threshers and the planters. But planters are planters, very simple. But the threshers, and that means you don't have ratios, you can't be fast enough with inserters, and you need to filter things, and you always have too much limestone or too much plant mass or too much something, and then the whole thing jams after a while. Like, For me, it's actually the clearing areas for the tech trees. That's the biggest pet peeve in Tectonic. Yeah, you can get I'm running around with a 12 by 12 or explosives. Then it goes pretty quick, but then you sort of have 25,000 plant matter in inventory and 50,000 limestone. They go like, oh, now I have to do that again. I mean, that's the thing, right? And threshers, the fact that you can't place them next to each other, like, ugh. Yeah. There's just something wrong with, like, I talked about it yesterday. I'm just going to reiterate my conclusion and then leave it at that. Their quest to make it playable with a controller has made it really poor with a mouse and keyboard. From a user experience perspective. Like, the way the belts are kind of deciding if it's a splitter or not, or if deciding if they should go up or down, is the only way, I suppose, you could do it with a controller, but it's fucking annoying when you have a mouse and keyboard and it just decides like, no, I don't want to go up, I want to go down here. And oh, this is not a splitter. No, this is not a splitter. Right? Those kind of things. I just, it grinds my gears. So that's the big pet peeve, and that means that the act of building a new factory is just not just tedious, but also just frustrating. And frustrating is not a good word for me to throw at games. Some better sinks for limestone, for plant matter. Also, please let me keep the belt level for a few tiles at a time. Yes, exactly. And that means you end up sort of metagaming things a lot, where like, okay, this belt is going to misbehave, so I now need to do this in order to, and then you start by making a fake belt just so that the belt you really want to do doesn't dip down for one tile and dip and go up again. Ugh. Like those kind of things where you're fighting the game instead of using the mechanics to get something. Yeah, a sink is needed badly. I don't know. It's, yeah. And then I was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter. When you get the limestone, you can always just turn limestone into iron or copper or adamantium, but that process is more thresher crap and more waste products that have to be recycled and filtered, and belts are not fast enough, and inserters are not fast enough, and threshers are way too fast. And like, oh, I don't even want to get started on it. Plus, I need to spend half an hour just hollowing out another cave to build it. So it's, I'm gonna complete it. I'm gonna make one more video for it, I think, and then I think I'm gonna leave it at that. But you know, I'm putting 100 hours into a game. 100 hours into any game is a pretty good deal. It's just that I want a 1,000-hour game. I don't want a 100-hour game. Burning plant matter, but also no later in the game. If you go to Mark 2 miners, they use power and not burnable anymore. So you're gonna make things worse. Yes. And there's nothing to use bio bricks for. There's just nothing uses bio bricks. Which then I don't know what I'm supposed to, like. There should be like a power option or something where you can just burn it off. I don't know. There's a million things that can be added, and they're working on it. But it was just yeah. So you know, like that game is also coming out at some point. It's going to be interesting as well to see how that works. They have a little bit too much the same mechanics wise, in terms of sort of they just copied Factorio way of doing it, and I think that's a shame. I think both Foundry and Tectonica should have gone closer to Satisfactory with just belts directly into buildings. Yes, please. I built a bioplast for plant matter over biobricks. Also, I unresourced the biobrick density. Yeah, wow, that's ironic. Yeah. So anyway, today, my dear friends, we are going to play a little bit of Let's play for an hour. Hey, good evening, Mark. We're gonna be. Oh, there we go. When's up today? Yay! And looks like that's working. And I'm not gonna do that because I recorded the video for tomorrow. So that's the one we're gonna do that. So I am one video ahead, and then tomorrow morning I'll make a video for Saturday, and I think that's gonna be a Tectonica video. But that just means I need 2 hours tomorrow. No, 4 hours tomorrow, presumably to get stuff done, to actually build a factory. Kind of crazy. And we're gonna get the hardware monitor up and running as well. Run the sensors. And doors open. And let's monitor the temperature so we see what's up. Cool. So this is where we ended up last time. With this thing that does not quite look so good as it should be. We also have some nasty biters over there. We really need a weapon of some sort. I want to unlock everything. Never take the time to advance piece by piece. Here are more model there. Yeah, I mean, it's also like from a perspective. And thank you. Oh, don't fly so well like this. Nuclear Nobelisks? I don't have nuclear weapons, so that's not really an option. How does the new update feel? It feels good, but I don't know how much it's because of the new update. Well, yes it is. Blueprints have become less awful, which is good. Oh, don't care about you. Clear designer and grab stuff here, take all, and then remove designer. So we have this weird thing out here. There's only one train and no signals at all. You can use either line for trains, but I understand the train. Yes. We're also going to add some signals as well. What about oh, it's not better from a perspective, from that perspective, but it has lights. I don't feel any performance improvement, so don't know. Maybe there's a performance improvement, maybe there isn't. Don't know. What we're going to do is we're going to find some kind of weapon we feel confident about dealing with the big biters, and then we are going to continue onwards. What we're looking for is bauxite. That is our objective. Not much time for actual gaming. I'm now ready to fight Yakluth in Valheim. And I started together with yes, with the Mistlands update. Yeah, you also have that unfortunate condition called a job that kind of also takes a little bit of time away from the gaming. It is a severe... Oh, why? How does... What? How is that even possible? I don't understand anything anymore. How can we run out of power? Doesn't make any sense. And like that, we got distracted from our objectives. Just like that. Why is that tractor out of fuel over there? That's the Caterium one. Oh yeah, so that's... Maybe not. That's what I'm gonna have to see here. Oh, I know why. It's because this one is stuck out here. Because something has gotten full. Ramtime petered out while building a coastal base prior to going to planes. Yeah. That's what happens oftentimes. You get started on projects that are just a little bit too big and then, well, they never really get to the end. I experienced something unique that I am super happy and a little bit proud of. That doesn't happen often to men, so I'm a little bit proud. So This is just completely just me feeling good about myself. So today I got invited out for a just out of the blue for a full day tantra day by a woman who just asked me if I wanted to, she wanted a partner, and she asked if I wanted to come, and it's like, oh, I'm so happy. Yes, of course I want to go. So happy. It's just, it's not very often you get asked out, at least not for me. So hello, Jerome. Thank you so much for the tier 3 for 30 months. That is we definitely don't see you every month, but the fact that you have maintained your tier 3 is super, super nice. Thank you so much for that generous support, even the days when you're not dropping by. Yes, all this is blueprints. 2 blueprints on either side. You can see here, like this, there's a blueprint, and also that's a blueprint, and that's a blueprint. And then I placed the power pole and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so that's not something that happens too often to me, and it's just, you're used to asking someone out and hopefully getting yes. But why power poles are not connected in the blueprint? Because that doesn't work. It wouldn't make it faster if every other one was connected, and I still have to connect the other ones, so that wouldn't make it faster anyway. As a man, you rarely get asked out by a woman. Yes. Was that the theme? Yes. That was the theme. And then for something I really wanted, with someone I really wanted it with, then that's doubly good. A full day of tantra massage. That's not the worst kind of event to go to. Yeah. So it was just like, it happened so rarely that I was like, holy shit, I can't even remember when that happened last time. Yeah, so Vienna dating scene is rubbish. Are you in Vienna? The thing is that it's not even a date. It's just an experience. I am sure that the Vienna dating scene is just as good or bad as oh, something happened, as all other capital cities. But then again, you didn't say that it was more rubbish, you just said it was rubbish, and to that it's probably like, yep, it probably is, because all dating scenes are pretty rubbish. Distraction from it. Oh, that's true. This is a distraction from a distraction. All right, we're Inception distractioning. I don't know. I'm kind of. I just wanted to make one more, and then I'd go back. Just one more, and then. But now I could just as well do the rest of it. But just one more, right? Just one more. Yeah. Okay, and then. And then we move this all the way down. I fix it, and then on the way back we fix the last row, and then it's fixed. I mean, this is kind of the thing with anything in Satisfactory. Like, you start some things and go like, okay, I'm just gonna do this for everything, and then you never really come back to it, and that means the entire base is like half-assed. Look at this. There's no windows on this side because I haven't found those 2 hours to just sit there and make windows. and I don't really feel like doing it on stream, so it's kind of a problem in general. Men out, but they easily make you understand that they want you to ask them. I don't know, depends, but yeah. Yes, can we watch for the video Armored Core together? No. You can watch it on YouTube, and then I have watched it as much as I bothered. No, we're not gonna sit and watch a 46-minute video together. Don't know what you were expecting. I mean, I guess you were expecting a yes. I don't know, but that's gonna be a thank you for the suggestion. But I think I'm gonna pass on that. Did you like it? Nope. I only hear reasons to stay happily married. Oh, well. I could also list some reasons why not to stay happily married, but you know, I'll don't listen to to a divorced man about reasons for staying married. Probably not exactly an authority on the topic. Dealing with laundry. What's the reason to stay happily married? Oh, the dating in general. Yeah, dating sucks. I completely agree. So, let's hear it. Why does it suck? And please don't be misogynic. Like you can be without pointing fingers at everyone else. Why does dating suck? Then I'll give you my take on it. Did I misplace it again? Yes, I did. As usual. Okay. This one should not be completed. It should just go back to... What is it? What? Where is it? Oh, it's here. Oh! I don't float very well here. But I float fine just here. There you go. Look at that beautiful pink thing. I think it's because something has filled up. Let's get a few of these in. But it is because this plastic one is full. Right? So you can't get any plastic out, and because it can't get any plastic out, then the whole thing stops. That sucks. What can we do about this? We can do like the most awful hack. There we go. That's beautiful, isn't it? Smart splitter. It should have been a smart splitter. Center is any, side is overflow. Why is it so slow? There you go. That's why it's so slow. There you go. Okay, that works. All right, let me see if there are some good answers here. Could elaborate on what didn't like it later on. I did it at the start of the stream, so I'm not going to go back to it. I just spent 10 minutes rambling about that video, so I'm not going to reiterate that. Sorry. Not so bad at dating that I stuck with real success. Dating involves other people, unfamiliar people. I'll point fingers on all of us. Men and women suck, so dating sucks. Dating sucks because people overall kind of sucks. Too much effort. Meeting people is a pain. I got lucky when I went to online last time. Divorced as well. A gay friend, and he claims that dating between men is way simpler. Well, dating or hooking up? Hooking up between men is supposedly extremely simple. To write down long. It's fine. Then you meet for some dates, and then from one day to another, women ghost you. Yeah, it takes time and energy to share yourself and let others share with you. It's a difficult and tiresome process to repeat over and over, so we make rash judgment about people, which makes the process more difficult for everyone. Oh, Epic, you are awesome. You are so succinct. Yeah, that is really succinct. I want to just rephrase what you said with more words and then make it sound like it was my idea. That's exactly. Sing it all. No, we're not sing it all. We'll just think anything excess. So this one should continue to work. Yeah. Hopefully it'll get enough. Because women know what they don't want, but that seems to be the first thing they did every time. Oh wow, see, this is the kind of prejudice I explicitly asked not to do. All women, that is just you know better than that, JD. You know better than that. That is borderline misogynic, those kind of comments. Don't want to see that. Gay pride, lesbians, and I'm straight myself. I've seen it all, and it's just people, we suck at dating. I think a few minutes how best to express the idea. Okay, so my take on why dating sucks. It very much what Epic says is that it's tiresome, it has a low success rate, and because it has a low success rate, you can put more effort to increase the success rate a little bit, or you could put less effort and simply play the numbers game. That's called Tinder, right? Just and that's kind of one of the problems, because that means less effort, less likely success, spreads around, it becomes a half-assed process for everyone, and therefore not easy to get any kind of success. Even if you find someone, then you're sort of half committed, and they have 3 other conversations going at the same time, and right? So even if there could have been something, if you'd met up then and you'd given it a chance, then you never really give it a chance because you're already sort of playing the numbers game. But let's say that you actually go on a date, and why does that suck? My take is because you're filtering for the wrong things. Like, you sit on a date and then you don't know anything about that person. They look cute on their profile picture, and they sort of have their kids in the same weeks that you do, so I guess that's a good enough reason to go on a date. I don't know. Something very superficial. And you sit there and you go for a walk or sit in a cafe for something that is low effort, low commitment, because, you know, not likely success, so I'm not going to be going splurging for a dinner for just a random Tinder date. So, oh. Does it have 2 connections? Can't connect here. That's because something got weird here. But I think it's because when you then sit down and talk, it becomes like, so what do you do for a living? Which, if you think about it, the love of your life, does it matter what they do for a living? Like, there are a few things that would be disqualifying from you being with the love of your life based on what they do for a living. So is that important? Okay, and then you sort of talk about like trivialities and stuff like that, which again is like, it's not what really matters. And I think that's sort of the core of why it's so low success rate generally, is because then you've been on the first date and you've been sitting there talking for 2 hours. It's been good fun. And now I know that they have a cat and they used to have something and they used to live there and now they work in this company and they're happy about it and they're going this place for vacation this summer. They like to do paddle boarding and they like to hang out with their friends and drink red wine. Like, are we compatible? That's so boring. Like it doesn't matter. All of those things are completely irrelevant to whether you will be a good match. So I think that's kind of one of the reasons. Is like you can have a perfectly fine conversation, but at the end of the first date, you're gonna be like, it was just kind of a job interview. It was like or it becomes like looking for red flags. What is your relationship with your ex? How many kids do you see yourself having? Do you have a gambling problem? Then just becomes a checklist of red flags. I've told this. I got a new really good friend last week. We hung out, we bonded really well. I have no clue what she does for a living, because it doesn't matter. But I know that we have really good chemistry, and we laugh together, we have fun together, we like cuddling together. It's like we enjoy each other's company, and we are comfortable in each other's company, and I have no idea what she does for a living. I think she has one daughter, but I don't know if she has more than one daughter. Like, that's the kind of thing, because it doesn't matter. It's not what matters, and this is not a dating context, but it's still like getting to know people, focusing on the right things. I think that's kind of and how do you solve that? Well, you're probably not going to solve it because if you meet up on a random afternoon in going for a walk around the lake or the forest or whatever park or something or a cafe or a chemistry date and like that kind of thing, right? You're not really going to be like getting into the deep topics. Maybe you are, but it's just not as natural in that context. Mm-hmm. How do you meet her? We both got up really early at this Tantra festival, so we were both like, we knew that we had common interest in that space, and we just sat talking while watching the sun and sort of bonded it about sort of experiences, and yeah, it was just really nice. That's a little misguided. I think that the pressure of a date is the main problem. If you just met, talk, and leave with no other expectation than just meet someone nice and spend time with, then the process would be easier. Yes, I think that's a really good point, Isolde. I think that's actually really good point, because if you're in a dating mindset, everything gets weighed up with, can I see myself with this person? And then likely, oh, you're rooting for the wrong sports team, out. Or you have a weird job, out. Or you're, I don't know, bit overweight compared to what I want, out. You're looking for flaws that could disqualify, instead of looking for just the genuine connection and the stuff that's interesting. So yes, and that should also be like, if we really have to talk about solution, this is a really interesting shadow, this one. So the light is casting shadow. Okay, now it fixed itself. How do you fix that? How do you fix that? Get a better dating context is by not doing it, right? We need to figure out some kind of weapon. I don't know what. Let's need to figure out what kind of weapon we want. Oops. Because we need to have something better. Pulse Nobilisks. I really want the rifle ammo. How much is it? It's just a little bit of that. So we need some smokeless powder. Ooh, and also some of that. Ooh, that sucks. Damn it. I want the gun. We don't need that much, but screws. Okay, let's get some screws, and then just normal rifle ammo. Guess so. Smokeless powder. Smokeless powder. That's sulfur and... yeah. Yeah, so I think that Isolde's point is really good about if you want to have a good date, then make sure that it's not a date. Meet someone without the context of it's a date. If you meet people and you bond, also if you are if you're maybe not a, I don't know, super handsome, charming at first impression, then you're not going to be thriving in a dating setup because you'll be disqualified too early. But if you can get to the let's get to know each other from another context because we're in the same sports, we do the same volunteer work, we work at the same place, then can build the rapport without always being judged on disqualify. Time for Ammunition Factory. I don't want to bother with it because it's way too much work compared to how little we're going to use. So I'm going to go steal some coal. I'm going to steal some sulfur, and then we are going to just make a little bit of that. Let's get 500. 3, 4, 5. Oh, I don't want to go in now. And then I need sulfur. I think there's a sulfur really accessible. To remember that straight women are the minority on dating apps and responding to every man they are interested in with ideas for dates would be tiresome of them. Yes, and you don't need to. Yeah, so I think that from my perspective, I found that I bond way better when it's not in a dating context. And it's probably also something about sort of need to see my qualities. Where are they? Oh, there it is. It's that one. Before, oh, it's that one. Oh, can I even get up here? And that might not be sort of super evident on a first date. I would, yeah. Here it is. Is it a box crafting for ammo? That's a good point, actually. Let's do that. That's a fun little distraction from what we should have been doing. Should have had 5 of these, I guess. I have an inlog on dating apps. Relationships that developed the most were people I met through shared interest or mutual friends. Exactly! Also, when you have a mutual friend, then you can have a conversation and it can be about your passions and your interests instead of being about, oh, this is a dating context. Yeah, so My best dating advice is don't. Ironically. And so this is also sort of for context. The woman who invited me out was also someone I met at the Tantra Festival. And we bonded, we did some exercises, some workshops together, and I didn't make a move or anything, and I don't tend to make a move. We just had a good time. That's the autosave. And then we talked afterwards, and I just wrote to her and thanked her for being part of my life for that week, and it was just good. And then she was like, oh, that's really nice. Hey, do you want to go to this thing with me? Because, hey, I thought it would be fun. Yeah, I love that. Oh, good. Is suspected and the experience does not gratify instantly. Yeah. Let's see. We are gonna load a template factory. I can't do that. It's not gonna work. Because we're gonna need the heavy oil as well. And like, no, that's not what I wanted. It's here. Ammo, like rifle ammo needs the smokeless powder. Smokeless powder needs heavy oil residue, so I can't build it anywhere else. Means I have to build it as a yeah, let's go up and build it up. Only light up when the floor you're close, because they suck. It's a really it's an incomplete implementation, so that's why lend 10 craft. It's about effort. So my question to you: how many women do you date from dating apps versus from meeting you shared interest, mutual friends, random encounters? You can't expect a relationship born through a dating app to progress in the same way that our predecessors met and bonded. No. They met and bonded because there was like there's one woman or one girl at around the same age as me on this road or in this town, so I guess we're gonna get married 50 years later. They're still together. Yet with half the population of a capital city, you still can't find someone who matches you on all things, all your criteria. And I think that's also like, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit of a romantic in that regard, but I think it's kind of for me like a confirmation that, yeah, it's not about you're rooting for the wrong sports team or anything like that. It's about being too critical based on completely irrelevant parameters. In case you're wondering, this is a little bit of a hack. A little bit of a hack. I only want smokeless powder. There. And that's the heavy oil. Which comes from. Powder. Off we go. Yep. Yay, we got something. That move is so nice. Yeah, absolutely. Thought technology released with some sort of storyline versus Satisfactory saving us. I met my now husband when I was 8 years old. Wow, that's nice. The hookup culture only harms our generation. Sorry to say that, but it's a fact. Yeah. The hookup culture is super unhealthy because it becomes a proxy for self-worth. Right? You need someone else to get your self-worth by hooking up with the right ones and the right conditions, all that stuff. Then you get validation for yourself and for your community, based on something that is external. Yeah. Done already. Yeah. People make poor choices under the introduction of alcohol. Try joining a co-ed sports club or group revolving around a specific hobby or interest. Yeah, get to know people and make friends. Those relationships may flourish and expose you to people in settings you'd normally get while trying to date. Yes, epic. That is, again, you are wise beyond your years. I don't know how old you are, but you're wise beyond your years. And or maybe you just share the same values as I do. Because joining a sports club or a community event to pick up someone at that location is not a good strategy. But joining there to get friends who may expose you to their networks is a good way to meet new people. And I really like that. And then from here we can... How do we even make that? Ammo. Rifle ammo. What is it? Oh, it's copper sheets. That sucks. Do I have copper sheets? Not enough. Just a few of these. Maybe thoughtful, but then a few things, yeah. What you're into? Not in shooting sports, no. And hello, VJ. That's not, yeah. I talked to my ex today, and we talked about both going to a deep dating, so that's a tantric dating event, and then we were saying, like, is that going to be awkward that we're there as when we're exes? And then we just agreed, like, you know what, when there's like a man gathering, I'll put in a good word for you and go like, oh, this is my ex. And then the other guys were like, oh, why did you break up? It's like, oh man, she was insatiable, just too much sex, I couldn't handle it. And it'd be like, oh yeah, I like that. And then she would do the same with the women and go like, oh, that's my ex. Why did you break up? Oh, he was just too loving, too caring. Like, it's perfect strategy. Like, it's way better than a wingman, a wing ex, an ex-wing even. It's perfect. Perfect strategy. I think it's genuine. You just had to go there. That, you know, do you really think that's a good A good recommendation? The best from a guy's side, absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, we are ready to go out into the world and shoot some biters. There. So that's something. Definitely something. And let's take a little bit more. Yeah, that should be all of it, right? This is either the best idea or the worst idea. I wait for the outcome. It's of course the best idea. She is like someone who credibly knows me and can just, yeah. I honestly thought it was a pretty brilliant idea. Yeah, we laughed at it and we're like, like, you know, I mean, there's still something about, like, you don't have to be as explicit as that, but there's still some truth to the idea of like, if you get a recommendation from someone's ex, then I was like, they broke up on good terms then. Yeah. Dangerous for our concentration. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna dump some ammo here because I'm so accurate that I don't need this much ammo. I'm just gonna go out with 500. Sweet, and then I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll go out and shoot some biters. Update 8. Twitch 60. Just thank you for the 3 months of Prime. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's go over here so we can see where we're going to get an idea about where we want to go. There we go. That's where we want to go. And we'll go there. So, be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. Be back in a bit. All right, welcome back. Thank you, Silver Cecil and PJGR, for just trying to nudge a little bit. It's been really rough lately, like really rough lately. I mean, I've been on vacation, but those trains just don't start these days. All right, what do we have? We have a little bit of this, some concrete. We got that. Let's see. What do we want? We can't obviously do this, so we'll need to have some of those. We are going to get a location for a station. And that's down here, transport. We're going to get a station. That means one of these. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. I think that's going to be the size. Then a locomotive and a couple of wagons. So we need to make sure that we gear up for this part. We need some motors, portable miners, we got that. But motors are... not there yet. So now a much more difficult question. in the same veins as now our dating, we'll leave the dating thing at the side. How do you, as an adult, make friends? Let's say of the same sex. So there's nothing to be taken away from any romantic aspects. Good evening, Sir Conrad. Listening to the rants. Sounds good. You do like those, so let's get some steel. You smile. I'd say work and that's it. You don't. Sports club is helpful. Or any other hobbies you like. Yeah, I think, Chris, I think you're the closest one to having a reasonable answer. Because work, I just don't believe it. It's really hard to... You can be friends with someone at work. Of course you can. But there are also just complications. Like, maybe you're competing for the same job, or maybe someone is a good friend but a bad coworker, and you know, there can be all sorts of things that would make it a little bit harder. Knitting and embroidery are universal languages. You can talk for hours and smiling. Yeah. I'm cooking. I shouldn't be here. Well, you can leave the sound on, and then I'll keep you company. Then you just can't. But yeah, hobbies. I think so. Yes, gaming. I've had a tough time sort of getting friends from gaming. I can have friends, and then we can do gaming stuff together. But it's also then sort of what the expectation is of a friendship. Like an example is, where's my car actually? Where the hell did the car? That's a tractor. Did I drop my car? Or is it out here somewhere? I can't remember. It's gone? Alright. Oh well. About friends or friends? I mean, it's not like, whose couch can you crash on for an indeterminate amount of time if you need it? That kind of friends, right? It doesn't matter. You can be friendly with someone and then you can hang out when all is good, but who are the ones you can count on when things are bad? Those are the friends, I would say. Car got dismantled. No, who did that? And I honestly, getting male friends, I at this point I would say I have 3/4 of a male friend, but it's 2 people. That's how big of an issue it is. When you have to move this weekend, no notice, who shows up? Yes. Not me, because you're like, hire someone. You're old enough to hire someone. I'm not going to ruin my back for that. Let me see. Yeah, everything else is good. Okay, so can I make the car again? Yes. Do I want to make the car again? Not right now. Yeah. You're expecting too much. Yes. Maybe I am, but I don't want to expect any less. I don't want to... I don't want to have... Like, okay, so... I mentioned it, I met some friends from my high school, and we haven't seen each other for 24 years, and we were best friends back then, like us 3 guys. We were just doing everything together. It's really awesome. And now we sort of reconnected and it was good, and I wouldn't call them friends. They wouldn't call me friends either, but they would call each other friends. They've seen each other and sort of for years. But I'll help them and stuff, but it's just so limited. Like, I could not talk to them about anything that would involve like sadness or loss, or like, imagine Who are your friends can you really talk about your real issues with? Especially like men to men, and I think that's fair enough to assume that most around here are men. It's just so difficult to just be open among men, because we are this gets deep. Men have been taught by society that weakness is bad, like vulnerability is bad. On top of that, we have seen time and time again that other men are our enemies and our competitors. Sports, we're all competing. Work, we're all competing, or even enemies. Like, there's just everything in society teaches us that men are always competing with each other. Therefore, a lot of male on male interaction is sort of a positional thing. Whether that is my new car has more extra stuff than yours, or my new outdoor patio is larger than yours, or I have a more expensive bottle of whiskey in my like, everything is about like, a little bit of just positioning. Or someone says something and you just put them down a little bit, like, of course you would do that, but I'm not, blah blah blah. Like, it's so toxic. And that's, then yeah, I got about 7 unlimited couch time kind of friends, but 5 of them I've knew since 8th grade. Cool. That is just not my sort of, like, all my corporate life. I could be allies, but allies are temporary. But friends are. Oh, that did not work well. Do they not have? Homing ammo. No, I'm just that good. Oops, okay. Not that good. Oh, this guy just doesn't want to die. Cool. There's no reason for us to go here. Oh, except that one. Oh, I can't remember if radiation is lethal, toxic, anything. Cool. Have to head out to work. Lurking in the car then. Alright, cool. Thank you for joining. The one I would really feel comfortable at just crashing at his house are friends I knew for years and just back from school. Yes. I had some mighty good friends that I could talk to about most anything, but many of them have passed. I'm a bit low in the good close friend department myself. And yeah, I've scrapped all my old friends. I did that sort of and just decided that wasn't worth it. But I think that maybe, like, on my way to, like, when I'm saying, like, to friends, it's more like they have the potential there, because for me it was about, like, one was at a summer vacation and then he got in a fight with someone else from the group, and he was like talking to me like, oh, what am I gonna do about this? And I was like, all right. He sat down in the evening and I calmed him down and we talked about it, and he knew, like, oh, I know this is my behavior pattern and I always react like this. And I was like, yeah, now this is the kind of thing where, like, okay, when you start sort of acknowledging that you have some issues and some behaviors that are maybe not so fortuitous, then that's, and can acknowledge that to other men. I went to a Centric Festival, and there was an absolutely insanely good Brotherhood workshop. Really good. I always hate those kind of things because they always go like, "Oh, we're not competitors, we're not enemies. Now wrestle." Like that's kind of, you can't say that and then just do some kind of competition. There's some powerfuls? Maybe at some point. Do we think this is the right height for this? Also, it kind of sucks that I use these instead of, yeah, instead of the properly dedicated ones for that, the ones that also have a line below. No, I don't want to take that out. Yeah, so one is someone I met from like summer vacations and just kind of hanging out, and the other one is someone I met from my sexology studies. And the guy from the sexology studies is, he's just really good at talking about emotions and acknowledging flaws and working with it, which is super cool because it's so much easier when someone is vulnerable to be with them, be vulnerable with them as well. And that also just means that it takes away any competitive element. So, but how to meet them? Tough. That one. But it's asphalt, this one, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so now we copy this. Double ramp. Bad chance, I guess. Also, I actually met in this festival some pretty cool men, but we didn't have enough time to really bond. But it definitely, like for other events, I would definitely sort of think more about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's it. Oops. And then the next challenge is building the road again on the other side. That is road segment. No, it's not a road, it's rail. Or train. I know. And that needs to be placed here, which it can't really, unless I go down here. Yeah. Not aligned. It's not aligned at all. I hear something. They just don't care. Do I have any of these left? 49. Okay, we'll do this instead. That worked a little better. Takes a few of these. Yep, exactly 2. Yeah, dynamite is a lot better. I just like the gun. This is nice sound to it. Not particularly effective. Okay. Still really haven't figured out how to do this properly. Use global grid? No, it's kind of they're not. Yeah, then it's gonna be 1 meter off. And global grid, yeah, it was a good idea. Why does it not match very well? There, now it matches fine. It goes a little bit over the side. Okay, cool. And then in blueprint mode, yeah. Oh, hold on. That should probably actually be a train tunnel segment. Ah. There we go. And train segment. Oh, why can I not build it out here? It's just... It's in blueprint mode. But why? Yeah, okay. Did it work? No, it did not. Should be able to point in here. And first time ever destroying these. Woohoo! Nice. Anything up here? Train segment. How much did I do? I did 1, 2, 3 segments. Okay, so now it's time for the owl face again. Pretty good. I don't even know how to branch off from this, so that's something. And then train tunnel. Good. Where are we heading? Out into the wild. Out here. I know I got a little bit carried away. But right there, and right there. So it didn't actually get that much carried away. Wasn't there one over here? Or was that really the closest? It must be, because that one is definitely further away than. Okay, and what are they? Pure, impure, and pure. We'll take that one. So, hey, some girl, thank you for the 7 months.
Welcome home.
Ooh, I am honestly getting a little bit worried about our milestone. These last days here, even though it's been a lot, it's been like 10 subs this-ish, and that's just not really enough. And I don't know what I can do to keep us going. Okay, so that has to... Oh, mistakes were made. Yeah. And that has to be there. And then it goes like that one. I guess that's just a mistake we made. Time for another subathon. Yeah. I just really wish it didn't have to be like that, to be honest. Disable gift subs. Don't know how that would be. It's not exactly like there's swimming in gift subs. Oops. Right now, so, but I don't know. Well, I'll continue to maybe when desynced, it'll bring some new people back again. Maybe it's just summer vacation. Maybe. But it is genuinely concerning that if I miss the opportunity for that Partner Plus. So now we have power out here, at least. Hello, Alexa. The main benefit of the program is that a sub is, right now, it's $5 paid, 2.5 for Twitch, 2.5 for me. With Partner Plus, it's 1.5 for Twitch, 3.5 for me. It is a 40% raise on the main source of income. Like, would you do a little bit of extra work at your job for a potential for a 40% raise on the majority of your income? Yeah. You can't blueprint a real intersection because they're too big, so. I'm just thinking that I want to make it here in the middle. That belongs to that segment. Twitch is bigger income than Patreon. Then I can totally understand it. It not right now, but it used to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The tunnel blocks, like these, they're just the skateboard ramps put together. Oh, this is also a ramp. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, it's a damn challenge, and I don't know how to deal with it. And I'm kind of always hovering between not doing anything and doing something. Both good options. I'm falling down. Wouldn't this be like a perfect candidate for going out here? Let's do that. Too far notch. I don't want it to be in blueprint mode. R for no blueprint mode. That sucks. Here. Got it. Eight. And then blueprint mode again. Yes. So we need to take this out and then see if I can remember how to do this. 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that ends. The handmade from scratch last... They... What? Oh yeah. That was an answer to the other question. Here. So that goes through. Then I need to be bridging the other locations. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. To here. And they connect. And from this one goes 2 in. 2 in. And then go hit here. And hit there. That's an intersection. And it can't be done any easier than this. It could be less ugly, but couldn't we all if we really put our minds to it? There. So, the question is now, where do we make the... okay, this is a problem because this is not where I should have made it. Yeah. I should have made it further out, because if I look at the location here, then yes, I'm close to the first one, but I'm not at all close to the other ones. Like, this is fine. We can probably get that in, but... doesn't matter. We'll continue with this. for that, and onwards with the next one. Should I then make a tunnel? Because that's kind of what I have the other one. I guess so. But now that's not connected. They don't connect these ones. Oh, this could be all sorts of bad. And then there's no guarantee whether this is connected to both of them, or one of them, or none of them. That's just the way it is. And then 9 again. It's 1, 2. No more concrete. Interesting. Okay. Have they ever talked about more maps? Yes. As in, there won't be any more maps. So, I guess that's, yes, they have talked about it. Pass signal going in. Pass signal going in. Pass signal going in. Normal signal going out. Pass signals are actually surprisingly good. I was genuinely surprised at them coming up with a better solution than vectorial signals. It looks a bit naked, this factory. So now we can see the stuff we were just at, that one. And what do we want in here? Like, ideally we want something going in here and then going around the middle. That would be pretty damn cool, I think. Let's try making that. Hey, K14 puppies. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. So, if I want this to be here, then I go 1, 2, 3. And it'll be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can't float in here. That's a little bit too close to the middle, isn't it? Also... Back from dinner. If the wind talk is still on, by all means resurrect it. I just wanted to add my view as immigrant expat. I barely keep any of the friends I had before moving, but I forced myself to open and give without expecting anything in return. And I've made true friends that I know I wouldn't even if I had them back in my hometown. Because I wouldn't allow myself to be me with them from the start. Cool. Yes. It's also a little bit risky. Like, if you are yourself, and they don't like you, well, doesn't that mean they don't like you for who you are? Like, obviously, I know the answer, but it's just the more real you are, the more it kind of hurts if you get some kind of rejection. But on the other hand, you can also look at it as going, then at least it's good that I know that this is not worth wasting time on. So this is 1, 2, and then in here. We go 2 diagonals, 1 diagonal, 2 diagonal. And then it goes from here, here, and to that corner. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it's correct. Yeah. But that's the everything is easy if you have high self-esteem and high like self-worth, then you can take it and it's not a problem. But if you are struggling in that department, then getting rejected sucks. You know what's a really good practice to being rejected? Practice. Nips, thank you for the 36 months. Thank you very much for 3 years of support. It's scary, but I think that occasion is necessary. Well done. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Why is it scary? Why is it scary? Like, it's easy to make it sort of a truism that like, oh yeah, it's always, ooh, it's scary. But like, why? What is so scary about, like, what if they don't like you? Like, I'm just, yeah, this is the one. Okay, and this will be 2. And I don't know if I would say my question is rhetorical, but it kind of is. Oh, hold on. Can I float now? Oh, no, I can't float because I don't have a station anymore. Ugh. Rejection is always scary. No! No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. That's exactly the same truism. Why is rejection perceived as scary? I'm not saying it's perceived as scary because we feel that a rejection is a rejection of us as people. Like, that we are not worth enough because someone rejects us. That has nothing to do with it. And even if, then it's not someone else determining your self-worth. It's, so getting rejected, it feels scary if you derive your value from what other people think you're worth. And it's easy to say. And I'm not perfect in any regard. Because it's what we are taught, that we are not good enough, we're not worth. It takes quite a journey to learn others. Exactly, but that's why I'm challenging it, right? Because I think that it's a good. That's some curvy belts. I think it's a good journey to get on, and it doesn't start unless you start it yourself. You start questioning these kind of things, like, why does this seem scary to me? It's not connected. So I also dislike being rejected, but like, even if you're being rejected for something that you really feel that you're being rejected for, you being you, then maybe it's okay that this person doesn't like who you are or what you represent and anything, but that doesn't make you not worthy. Of course, yeah, if you get like rejected all the time, a lot, and all that stuff, it can get rough. But this is one of the things that for me just was a seminal moment, was the part about let's see, how do we say it? The fear of rejection can drive us to inactivity, which in and of itself is a rejection. If you don't ask that girl of your dreams out to the prom date, then that's exactly the same outcome as a no. It's exactly the same. And I know I've also been there, and the thought process is always like, I could ask now, and then I could get a yes or a no. Yes, my dreams will come true. We'll live ever after. Or it could be a no. But what if I ask now and there's like a 15% chance of a yes, but if I then wait an hour, I could maybe improve my chances. So I'm going to wait an hour, and then maybe my chances will have improved somehow. Then it could, instead of being 15%, it could be like a 20% chance of a yes. So let me wait an hour. Oh, now she's asked out by someone else. Oh, shit. Right? So the hesitation, the fear of rejection becomes a rejection in and of itself. Yeah, 100% of the shots you don't take, yes. But it drives us our behavior, that fear of rejection. My first job, I worked there for a long time, and there's like a little software development company, and one of my really good friends was secretly in love with another young programmer, and he didn't do anything. I was like, come on. I was like, no, it's always awkward. We're colleagues, all that stuff. Like, and he was just biding his time. And I left the company after 6 years, still biding his time. And then after 9 years, and he kind of didn't say anything. She, of course, knew it because, you know, how can you not know it after 10 years working in the same company? But he never sort of, I actually like you, want to go out, or anything like that. They went out like in social stuff with the work, but never sort of, this is a date. And then she found someone else, got married, got kids, and he was still waiting. Like, dude, you could have lived happily ever after with that girl, because I honestly think there was a chance. But there was no chance when he didn't, when he was just biding his time. That was like the most extreme example of just like, well, you're just not doing anything. Hey, after a little bit, we actually got a pretty solid train system here while I've been rambling. It's pretty good, except that the signals are really confused about what they're supposed to do. Yeah, that's bad. This is supposed to go this way. So that's a correct signal, but that's not a correct signal. But then again, it has to, because it doesn't know the direction, so it has to put in there. Is not the same though. We are drifting a bit from the original topic. Doesn't matter. I think that I think that rejection is rejection. There might be a natural drift in conversations. It's true that in the abstract, rejection shouldn't hurt, but it's hard to get to that point. Swimmer, that's what I want to get at. Because it's easy to say it, sure, I agree. It's really easy to say, like, oh, it shouldn't hurt because you are all that stuff. But it's also doesn't hurt if you ask once and get one rejection. It's 100% failure rate, right? If you ask 10 times and get 8 rejections, you get 2 really good outcomes. And then the 8 rejections, even though it's more than 1 rejection, suddenly doesn't really matter, because you are savoring that positive interaction. And that's the where I wanted to get at, basically, like more opportunities than each individual rejection. Doesn't matter. I actually had on this festival where I met someone and she came over like later in the festival. She came over, was like, oh, I'm sorry I rejected you with that workshop thing. I was like, I have no idea. She was like, oh, are you sure? Are you okay? Like, yeah, I have no idea. I could not recall that I'd asked her to do something or ask if she wanted to do some kind of, that's okay. It's fine. Because I was busy with all the good experiences. I've even been a little more courageous in terms of sort of asking for things with sort of existing friends that were like, yeah, I thought. I have a friend we used to date, and many years ago, and we're still good friends. I would say that she's my best friend, but we hug, but we don't cuddle. And I actually think that when I see her next time, I'm gonna ask her if she wants to bring cuddling back. Just nothing sexual or romantic about it, but it's just like we've been super intimate long ago, and why does that mean that we can give a hello hug and a goodbye hug, but we can't be sort of near each other when we go for walks and talk and stuff like that? But why not that? Friend cuddle is totally valid, yes, but it's also something that she might be like, no, I don't think that's that doesn't feel right. It's like, okay, it's not like, no, I don't want to be friends with you, we can never be friends. It'll just be okay. But hey, if she might be like, yes, I've been thinking why we haven't cuddled and it's been awkward and I didn't know how to ask it, and then it improves our relationship because cuddle is back on the menu, boys. And that would be good, right? Might be too intimate. Only if you think that, right? More than 20-second hug, it's then something more. Well, then don't hug me. I am becoming, I think that must be like a Seinfeld episode, like a long hugger. I feel that would be a Seinfeld episode. It so feels like a Seinfeld episode. I don't know if it is. It definitely the Seinfeld-esque. I don't know. Yeah. How you present human relationship with so much respect to the other. Thank you. Oh, Swemmer, what? I don't view cuddling as sexual, but they do. They? Oh, yeah, I sorry, I have to remember that. That's the correct way of talking about other people. Yes, your partner. It's still, I'm still too old to be used to that way. So, sorry. Didn't mean anything by it. Just me being old-fashioned, confused. Yeah, so I think that's worth exploring, and maybe go to some cuddling thing together, or maybe just accept that, okay, if you find it to be something that's too intimate with someone you're not in a relationship with, I will respect that, because I can give up cuddling with randos because of you. Or you can go like, I can't live without random cuddles. You're out of here. Depending on what your perception is of this or the other. Yeah, love is so ambiguous and respectful. Yes. My partner before being a partner felt long cuddles were very intimate. But they are very intimate. They are very intimate. There's nothing wrong with being intimate. Like, It's not like you're the, and you just slip your dick into them. That's not how cuddling works. It's not like, oops, I got overexcited during my cuddle and now we accidentally had sex. That's not how it works. It can be intimate because it is supposed to be intimate. A cuddle is supposed to be sharing an intimate moment, and then, but it's not sexual. It's mini waves. Do you mean like um, Kundalini energy, or like, yeah? And you can. That's I have a friend, and when I hug her, I can hug her, and then she just starts shaking. It is. Oh man, that's good. And she loves it. I love it, and oh, that's so good. I'm polyamorous. I have one partner right now, my girlfriend. She has two other girlfriends, and we're definitely more into it than friends, but they are metamors. Okay, that's a interesting term. We look after each other, because, like, why wouldn't we? You know, I don't know. Astrid Relia. I thought you said something reference in Danish. That means, like, we're gonna run into each other at some point in the Copenhagen nightlife. And I won't know who you are, but you'll know who I am. Aurelia, yeah. If, please promise me, if we run into each other, you will say it. Then, well, actually, don't promise me that, but that would be my request. To be like, um, you can have your anonymity if you want to. I like this. I like this. Now we just have to figure out how to make train stations out of this. Feels weird not to. Yeah, I agree. So I guess something like, I mean, I just means my partner's partner. Okay. Um, I would imagine that our paths are gonna intersect. Copenhagen. I don't know if you're in Copenhagen. I don't need to answer that, but the community is kind of limited. Also, some of your, yeah, you never know. In general, I think the fact that humans very, yeah, I'm gonna, well, yeah, okay. Visiting in November. There's a Tantra festival in Copenhagen in November. Just announced. All right, so I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll come back. Cool. Save. Go. There we go. Right. I really like this pattern. I know it take a little bit longer time than it should have, but I'm really happy about it. The trains can go around, they can intersect in and out, and it's very symmetrical. It's not round, but it's very symmetrical. Ah, Doom trailer. Cool. All right, be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for having such civil conversation. I absolutely love it. Might not be the ones with the highest hype trains, as we can see there, but I very much enjoy the maturity of the conversation. So thank you very much. Be back in a bit. welcome back. So, just following up on Swammer's comment about, in general, the fact that humans vary so much is interesting. I am a friend that I met yesterday, and we were talking, and she was like, "Oh, I started dating." I was like, "Oh, cool." So, someone, she is, let's say, she's into tantric and some kinks and stuff. So, let's say she's in a sex positive community. And then, like, "Oh, so you're dating, is he also?" And she was like, "No." Like, "Oh, so what have you said?" I'm like, I haven't said anything. "But you just went to a tantra festival." "Yeah." Like, "You told him?" Like, "Yeah, but I haven't told any details." Like, "Okay." Because she went to a tantra festival, and then she got a yoni massage, and she gave a lingam massage, and it's just most people who are not in, let's call it a sex positive community, would probably not appreciate that the person you're dating is fondling someone else's genitals and someone random is fondling your date's genitals. I'm just venturing a guess that that's maybe not something that most would think, like, "Yeah, sure. That is perfectly fine." And and it was just really interesting, like, "So, what are you gonna tell him exactly?" Like, "I don't know." Like, "But are you gonna not tell him?" Like, I don't know. I don't think that, like, okay, you're in trouble, because either you're just gonna lie consistently, or you're gonna be like lying by omission, by just basically like, "Oh, okay, well, nothing happened," or "Oh, you don't know what it is. Oh, it was just a thing." There we go. Because I'm really interested in that, because I have just come to the realization I can't date someone outside. That's good. It's very close to what I define as cheating. It's only cheating if you haven't. I mean, it can be whatever it is. It might be cheating, it might not be cheating, but it depends on what you have agreed. And if you haven't agreed anything, then it depends on, this is my view of it, on what you are saying. If you come back from the festival and then go like, "Oh, I had this wonderful experience. I gave this massage, or I got this massage," and then your partner goes like, "Okay," then you can talk about it. And if it's not, and you can go like, "Okay, I'm not going to do that if that upsets you." Of course, you should ask before, but even then, if you can't say it, it's a problem. If you can't say it, then deal with the consequences. And you might not like the consequences, but if you can't even say it to your partner, then you're definitely not allowed to do it. And it doesn't matter what it is. There is no definition of this is okay, this is not okay. It is entirely within each relationship what is okay and what is not okay. 100% within the relationship, because what is not okay for some is perfectly fine for others. If you're being subversive about it, yeah. To being polyamorous, I'm very relationship open, but it has to be something everyone in the relationship is okay with. Yes. And there might also be rules. I don't know if you have it, but there might be rules like, okay, like having a primary partner where you see a relationship, and then you can go and exercise your kinks or your rope thing or your dominant thing with someone else, and that's fine. That's play dates, but no penetration or no kissing or no something or no cuddling, or only in public places, in workshops areas, that kind of thing, not in private, or you can have, or not at our place, or you can have all sorts of rules to sort of maintain that there's a, or you don't, but I think that's it's, yeah, being subversive about it. That's the trigger point. So with cuddling, if you get an erection, is that wrong? Nope, you can't control whether you get an erection or not. So it just happens. Oh, did I get... yeah, I do have enough. It has nothing to do with that. It has more about whether it's okay with your partner or not. My ex-girlfriend used to go to... her favorite thing was these workshops called Primal Play. And it basically... The concept is that you're a lot of people in the room, and there are some rules, and then you sort of... Someone goes on a mat, and then someone else can go and sort of ask if they can join. And if the person on the mat invites them in, then without words, they maybe have like 5 minutes, and they can do whatever they want. It just, whatever comes natural. Maybe there'll be a little bit of fighting, of course, not hurtful, but it could be some play fighting, some dominance. It could be hugging, it could be kissing, it could be anything. Some places go like clothes on, some people don't have rules, but it can be intimate, it can be sexual, it can be anything. And my ex loved going to those workshops. That was like favorite thing in the world. And it was also something that I had to sort of lie myself with, like, that can be super intimate. And she was like, oh, I'm not going to do anything without clothes on, but it could still be running. And it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not a big deal. But I also, probably a lot of people would see that as a big deal. Start branching from this location. I'm just wondering if I can have 2 train stations here. And then 2 train stations. So I could have 8 instead of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stations. 8 stations is going to be enough. Yeah, let's just do 8. Cap. We don't really have that many other than talk to each other about it. Yeah. I think it's super fascinating. It's just... The minimum loop is 6 tiles. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. That's the minimum loop. Or we could have 2 inbounds, 1 outbound. That means this will then be okay, minimum outbound, which is pretty close to that one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, there. Yeah. And that means I need to move it a little bit because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this needs to go 1 out. Okay. One, 2. There we go. So with cuddling, okay. I feel communication and boundaries are so important for any relationship, and being open and honest. Yes, I actually had a little talk on one of my sexology classes here on the Friday, where that was like, what are you allowed to do in a relationship? Because for me, it had been easy before, and then suddenly it became a hell of a lot more muddled what was actually okay and not okay. Never really had thought of it like that. Outlets, light on the ceiling, all over the place. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we can hover over the trains, the tracks, so that's also good. Oh, and then I kill the connection, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then it goes into here. This one goes over there. And then this one then... Oh, right. It can't do that. Oh, I forgot. You can't have 4 branches in location. It can only branch 3 trains. Yes, communication is king. It's turning the court. Consequences of not communication just hurt so much more. Yes. I don't think I could be polyamorous. I prefer disappointing one woman at a time. It just seems a little bit overwhelming to be disappointing 2 at once. Or, I mean, in sequence. Hey, triplex. Thank you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. It's actually a good comparable example about how communication and rules are important in a relationship for them to work. Based on, you mean it is a good example of how it is not working, because 50 Shades of Grey is assault and gross violation. Yes. Thank you. It's an excellent example of everything you definitely should not do. It is so much a violation. So yeah, I hope you meant it as this is a good example of how not to do things. There. Thank you, Sybil Cecil, yet again trying to lift off from the ground here. Will it work this time? Who knows? Look, it's curving. Ah, I don't want it curving. That's probably curving as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's all get all. Ugh. That's curving as well. Damn, they are atrocious. Really common opinion among Kingsteds I've known and do know is anyone I do know is like it's big Rick flat of walk away, don't look back. Yes. But I don't think it's yeah. And Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits. Alright, it might happen if we're up to 3 events. Yeah. But I also think it's a clear sign of not being in. Oh shit. Oh, this is about to turn bad. I was just thinking, you know, I'll make a branch out here, and then a branch out there, and then a branch out there, and then suddenly we build a gigantic swastika out of train stations. That's not gonna happen. Let's not do that. You know? Let's not do that. Let's try to not do that. So, if this is the closest thing we've been to a train for several days with 3 bits. I don't know. This just seems like we're something has just changed lately. But all right, I've been very much enjoying our conversation. Thank you, Daniel. All right. Ooh, Mark, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Proliferate. So if I want to hold on, this should be easy, right? Because this doesn't have to exist. When a train comes out of the station, it has to go out of the factory. It's never going to go back in. It could though, but it shouldn't. Hey Daniel, thank you so much for the tier 3 for 17 months. Ooh, tier 3 counts as 5 normal subs. It could actually need to go in. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this. 1, 2. Here to that one. Okay, so that's the closest they can make it. Why shouldn't the train come back in? Single-use train. No, what I mean is that when the train has unloaded here, it'll have to go out. It won't be going in here and rotate around and go out that way. That's not how I want the trains to be. So I want these trains here to be servicing that area. But that might not be the case all the time. Oh, that's curvy. In order to make trains not curvy. Hey, Plecocat, thank you for the 200 bits. All right. Remember, over here, there's actually a reward for hype trains, and they're actually really nice reward, like unlocking a hop upgrade. Unlocking alternate recipes, very nice. Flying, that would be so good right now. And factory colors, yes please. And free resource belt, not so super useful, but extra time is extra time. Thank you, Ronimus, for 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. But polyamory isn't for everyone. I'm open about being, because some people don't even know it's an option. That said, too many people go out and cheat and then try to talk the partner into getting to polyamory and try to get them both. Yeah. Hello, Scorpion. Welcome. And Mark, thank you for 5 gift subs. Oh, you're very close to a new milestone. So I have new partner who is super attractive and just pushes all my buttons. However, after have no issues in the past, I am now having. Oh, ED. I'm just kind of. Yeah, let's hover here at 90. Let's sit at 94, and then I hope that it's not going to be like 200 bits, but it'll be like 5 gift subs, so it really rolls into the next level. But you know, all right. Oh, I love that question. Thank you, Yaka. That is super courageous of you to ask to say that. This is gonna get deep. This is gonna get deep. Are you guys ready to go deep for this? Oof. I don't even know how we can get started on this, but it's a big one. Don't know if it's possible, but you have an inner circle of rails, and if you make an outer circle of rails and stations, then rails leave the inner circle going to the station and turning an outer circle. I don't think there's room enough. I am assuming that it's erectile dysfunction. Thank you, Triplex, for another 1,000 bits, and then completed the. Okay, so I'm gonna also share from my own experience. All our lives, all our sexual lives, us men have learned one thing from our interaction with women during sex. A flaccid penis is not interesting. And sometimes it's worse than not interesting, but it's only interesting when it's hot. So anytime it's not hot, it's not interesting, or it's embarrassing, or it's useless, or anything like that. And that sucks, because that means that something that is to a large extent out of our control means the difference between if we are okay or not okay from a sexual perspective. And once that starts creeping into your thoughts,
more shall gather.
Mark, thank you so much for 50 gift subs. Whoa! Let's have a new icon. Let's have a new icon. Woo! Thank you so much, Mark. Wow. Well. Whew. Kind of threw me off.
Another loyal devotee.
Yeah. So once that gets in there, creeps into our thoughts, then it just becomes harder, because you might be like, oh no, are we losing it? Are we losing it? Oh no, and that just doesn't help on let's say, firmness. It just means that, let's make fun of other section. I know, but this is kind of my conclusion where I want to get to. Like, if your partner is also exuding that behavior, like, yes, it's interesting. No, it's not interesting. Then that puts a lot of pressure on the man, and I don't think a lot of women actually think about it like that. So, because like for women, show appreciation when it's not hard, when it's flaccid. Show appreciation for it. It mainly means that, oh, it's still nice. I like it. Like it helps a lot so that you don't have to feel like I'm okay, I'm not okay, based on something largely out of your control. PlecoCat, thank you for the 1,000 bits. But also, if you feel it coming, then just go like, I mean, then that's an opportunity for doing other stuff. And yeah.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
And there's more to it. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gift subs. This might be Viagra is a $3 billion US market. 5 more gift subs. Absolutely amazing. Look at that. We're actually 17% through to a level 5. It could happen. Like, imagine this. Getting a level 5 hype train while talking about erectile dysfunction. I mean, that is peak performance here. That is. If that happens, I'm gonna start bragging to my sexology friends about it. So I'm just saying. Thank you, Michael, for the 5 gift subs. What's another hour of this talk? Yeah. How did we get there? It's definitely a mind thing. Thanks for trying to appreciate. Not the chat. Awesome. I'm not quite done with that topic because I think that a lot of it is. Now I'm using your example, but generally, like you can go like, oh, she's super attractive. Why am I not? Why? It shouldn't happen. But it's all a gigantic mindfuck. Thank you, PJR, for the 10 gift subs. Ooh, we're more than halfway at 51% of the way. Amazing. And maybe it is in the demeanor of the partner. If it's someone who is super attractive, they might be used to
more shall enter the fray.
Like always being appreciated, and they might be like not so used to this and might be sort of frowning on and making you feel bad about it. Thank you, Daniel. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Crazy. Well, my gaming career is over. From now on, we just talk sex all night. No. And thank you, Urgulike, for 5 gift subs, just topping it off. You guys are absolutely amazing. Wow. Well, there we go. Erectile dysfunction for a level 5 hype train. What do you know? Isn't it amazing cool with it? Just on my head. Okay. That's good. That's very nice. That's good to hear because it's not going to make it easier if there's like a issue about it. This one here, and then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 from here. What? Where are my trains? Oh, right. I accidentally replaced this one somehow. Don't even know how that happened. There. Here. And then that goes in here. It goes onwards. And then at this location. So what comes in here loops in, and that's the ancient. Then from here it goes back out. All right. The other one is going to be different. Maybe then comes... Huh. I think that's better. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a bad place. This one is located. And then we fall down. Relations in past girlfriends who left because they thought I wasn't attracted to them. Aren't you? Just feel icky about the body of mine being part of the equation. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... I would imagine, at least, that can be a whole lot of extra complications and issues that a little more... Definitely can say that I am... I don't know anything about. Like, not even from a conversational perspective or anything. Oh, this is curly. And we lost our chain. Ah, this is annoying that we don't have... maybe I can hook up this one for... Yeah. For me, at least, it really helped that... Oh, something slightly related that I learned from my... Well, I didn't learn it. I knew it, but my ex-girlfriend learned it, and then she shared it with me, and I went like, yeah, that's true. So basically, she has a rule. If she meets someone, no penetration on the first date or until she's ready. So, and some guys have a problem with it, and then she found out that actually a lot of guys actually like this because of two things. Maybe not comfortable with condoms. Maybe not, maybe having some kind of fear of erectile dysfunction. And then just taking that pressure off of a first encounter with someone you don't know, you might be, or also premature ejaculation is also a problem. It's like you meet someone and you hook up and you go to them together and you have sex and you're so excited and you don't last long enough and don't get a good experience out of it, and they certainly don't get a good experience out of it, or that it doesn't work, and that's a problem as well, or you fit you with the condoms and the mood dies and it's a given. So just taking like no penetration, that's also a good way that as a man you can also just do that and go like, I'd love to go home with you and I'd love to, but I'm not gonna do that. It's probably not gonna be taken as a bad thing most of the time. So, and that's the hype train ending at 15 seconds. Woohoo! Wow, that was amazing. Leaving a swammer. That's because we topic just explored. Hey, Priscilla's, thank you for the 24 months, 2 years of support. Totoro was here. Well, you might learn a thing or two. You never know. 2, 3. It's I think for me it's because Satisfactory is marked mature. And then I'm like, well, if it's marked 18 plus, or it's technically 17 plus, then sure. That's when we can have our sex education talks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, okay, it's too much. Oh, yeah, boxes of shame here. These coils here, they're so curled. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining on that hype train. And of course, particularly Mark de Jonge for that glorious 60 subs on the hype train. Woo! Is that straight? Straight indeed. And there you go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then that goes from here. Okay, so that's gonna be how it is now, and then that means they can only go out that way. Alternatively, we'd have to make it a lot more complicated by doing this thing and then curving into that one. Oh, this also means that when the train wants to go in here, it has to go all the way in and then through the roundabout and out. This is not good, but it might just be whatever. No integration of concentration. What? Give me math puzzle. Hey, triple X. And Mark, do you have a color? Still focus on the game. I feel a little bit slower than usual, but then building trains. You know, maybe in the spirit of our conversation here, we should embrace that the rails are not straight. We should accept queer rails for if they want to be queer. We should just let them be instead of forcing them to be straight. It goes against my factory spirit, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the minimum curvature, which also means that I kind of feel that this one has to be able to get in here. That would correspond to this being, yeah. Let's try that. Let's try it. Okay, so here, 1, 2, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and that would be taking this out at this location. Well, I prefer my kinks in the bathroom, in the bedroom, maybe also bathroom, but in the bedroom rather than in my train stations. Looks good, but we definitely need some lights up here. Okay, Mark got a color. We're gonna let Mark get the primary color because that was a sizable contribution here. There. Ooh. And where was the other one? That was a... Oh, that looks good. That's good. Well coordinated. Look away. Look back. Weird. Weird. This is a mess, though. I had a platform forum environment to have these conversations eons ago. So many misunderstandings and prejudice carried over and over just for lack of communications. Yeah, that's true. I think that's also the part about you have to be in a place where you're willing. Ah, there we go. Willing to listen. I'm not saying that you are not, but like whenever you sort of have some kind of not revelation even, but just train station platform. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it's common that you'd want everyone else to partake in your newfound knowledge, and people are just on different parts of their journey. And 2, 3. I'm just look at myself, like how much has sort of changed for me. Oh, right, that doesn't work with this one's here. There. There. That looks good. Right, so that's only one train station. Seems There should be one train station here, another train station here. And then we should be able to do ideally the same thing on the other side, right? This one is 2 away, and then we get a 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that failed miserably. There. So I have a good friend who is she's been in a relationship for a long time, and she's been sort of curious about all the stuff that I'm experiencing and doing and stuff, but not really been courageous enough. And then I couldn't attend her birthday, and I felt really bad about it, and because I was at this festival, and then I was thinking, okay, I want to give her a really good birthday present. And then I texted her and just like, do you want a professional tantra massage? So not for me. That's probably a little bit too overwhelming, but just for sort of also for our friendship's sake and all that, or her perception of that. But like getting a professional tantric massage, because I know she can't afford it and she would never get that done. And then she got super excited because it's something that she wanted to do, but she couldn't afford it, and she just wouldn't. It would be one of those things that would forever be, oh, I wish I could, but I can't, so oh well. And now I just like, I'll take care of it. You just have to book it the day that you want, and then I'll come pick you up, and then we can have dinner together, and we can debrief, and then it's just going to be a good experience. So it's gonna, hopefully that'll also sort of awaken her. So new colors. Yes, got the new colors. For content community where we can talk about these things like adults and feel safe to do so. That's a really big thing. Not a lot of online communities are this safe. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I mean, it's something that is because all of us. And if someone comes in and you've seen it earlier, someone comes in with like a lowbrow humor, and it doesn't sort of lead on. I just take it as someone's insecurity. It's okay to be insecure. It's totally okay. But you don't have to sort of try to relieve the tension by going with the, like, I don't know, school age jokes about things. But then maybe someone goes like, oh, I wanted to watch Satisfactory, and now this talk is a bit weird. Probably leave, or maybe just go like, well, whatever, I'll just turn down the volume. So, what did I want to go for? Oh, right. We need lights, because I can't see a damn thing up there. Ceiling lights. That's not how it works. We need to clear our... I'm just pressing random button now. There. Clear list. And then we get in here. And how many do we think we need of the lights? 16 lights. Sweet. That's what we need to go pick up. Might have scared off some teenagers. Yeah. Good night, Michael. Thank you for joining. Thank you for supporting the train. Even if you're not going to be hanging around until the very end. Colors. We did do the colors. Why are we yelling colors? I did do it. Look. They're beautiful. They're exactly the colors that were yelled at me. See? So I'm all good, Grundig. We are coloring. Hello. Checking. Oh, yeah, see? It was, for once it wasn't me not paying attention. I like it. feels good. Then cables. The cables. And I don't want to carry around screws. And let's get a lot of quick wire and a lot of steel beams. What do we have that we don't really want to carry around?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Violmeister, thank you for the tier 1 for 36 months, 3 years of being effective and not using my resub properly. Maybe. Don't know. By medical issues. Oh no. Hope you're okay. That. Turn the volume down, treat the conversation as an opportunity to stretch your mind a bit. If that's not too uncomfortable. Sure. Let's see, what do we need? We need steel beams and we need that. Okay, now I want my car back again. Zoom, zoom. Oh, it's a beautiful factory now. I mean, it was beautiful before as well, but it's better now. The hobby project you have. Brilliant parking. We got some steel beams. They are over here. Right. That's enough. And then a lot of wire. There's sunrisey. It looks good. Sunrisey as a tequila sunrise, I guess. Oh, these things should not be clogging up my inventory. So we don't need that one. Paying attention to the game. I swear we're watching this. You're watching the same. Oh, right. Nice. That was a not necessarily a tough conversation, but it was honest, which is good. So I feel that now that we are here, and we've been sort of opening this topic for tonight. So anyone who might be getting offended by the conversation, the topic of conversation, they have already left. So let's also use this as an opportunity for if you want to ask about something or if you want to hear anything about, whoops, I didn't get enough quick wire. If you want to hear anything about like the tantric workshop I went to or tantric retreat, then now is also a good time because first of all, it's a little bit late, so all the kids are in bed. And second, we've kind of opened up the conversation with, I mean, since we have covered erectile dysfunctions and all that stuff, then I think that there's a certain acceptance about what we're going to be talking about. So if anyone wants to know anything particular or have some questions about it, or just want sort of a little sort of summary about, hey, what was it like? When is that Tantric Festival? It was last week. And it was called Kærlig, or Loving in Danish. It was really good. Oh, the one in November? That's on 10th to 12th of November. It's just been announced, and it's the same people who organized the Loving Festival. Woo! where there are many classes of magic. There were a few things, and that's also kind of it has dawned on me at this session. I don't care. I don't care anymore. When I'm here, I can make a little bit fun of sort of how magical things were perceived to be, but when people are okay, I met a woman, fascinating woman. Uh, I can tell you a story, but it's even in it's a little bit extreme, but uh, in another context. I met some people there who were very open and they had very different occupations. So I met someone who was an ambassador to celestial beings. That's what was her job. Um, and I was like, yeah, I'm teaching people how to communicate with celestial beings, like angels. I was thinking Cthulhu and stuff like that, um, and making an absolute killing on online courses on how to communicate with angels and how to get yourself in the right mind headspace and what rituals you could do and all this stuff. And the funny thing is, like, it was this combination of spirituality and hardcore branding business. I was like, all right, this is like figuring out just the right market segment, just the right branding, just the right all these things. Like everything was just tuned so well towards that audience of people who wanted to communicate with angels. And it was just like, oh, you can get this course, and if you pay it monthly, it costs a little bit more. But if you pay it off up front, then you get this. You get these 5 sound files, and you get this, and you get a bonus thing about how to make a lunar ritual prayer thing, and then you also get this bonus thing if you pay before that day, and like all these things. It's like you're yeah, you're just selling online courses. All right, cool. And how to communicate with angels, and it's all like, so how much do you work? It's like, I can't work. I mean, I hand out these courses, I process payment, but I can't do a new course until I get inspired and there's angels that talk to me. Like, sure, sure, let's say that. Let's say that. Um, had the Norwegian princess? Yeah, she's running. Maybe, but yeah, it's so like really interesting people, and it didn't bother me. But there was one thing that I could sense that was I saw that not a lot of people saw aside from this was some of the things like if you're like one of the yoga teachers, like she was like a fanatical yogi, and she was always like uh, scoffing at other people, like it was not good enough, and everything had to be completely purist vegan, the food and all that stuff. And it's just like very judgmental about other people that they were not living like this idealized life, and the body was the temple, and you have to take care of it. And she was outside smoking. Like, yeah, good luck with that temple. Now you're smoking your own temple. Like, for me, those are the kind of things like it doesn't make sense. You can't be fanatical like to the religious and spiritual, and your body is a temple, and I'm only eating the purest organic vegan food that's locally sourced, and I'm gonna stand out here smoking in the rain because I gotta get my fucking drugs. Like those are the kind of thing where, like, that hypocrisy was like, I see this thing, right? And I knew that no one else saw it. Did you find that with a science engineering business background, you were unusual in attendance there? It not really, because we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about what we were doing in the civilian life because it wasn't relevant. I need to find this is the electrical grid, and then somewhere I also have Why can I not? Oh, there you go. Oh, hold on. Shouldn't I be flying now? And we have free stuff and all that? Damn. Yeah, okay, let's cash those in. You know what? I'll start it after the break. Then it's an easier, clean slate. Spectrum for me, not something that's black and white. Yeah, I feel that too. I think that some of the things that I'm into is also sort of, I don't know, borderline spiritual, and go like, what is going on? Like, I had a sexual healing, and it was fucking amazing. But I don't think there were any spirits involved in it, but they're very, very gentle, loving touch. So, let's see if I can get down here. See if I can find that line. There. This one. Yes. Here. Yep, it goes like that, and then it actually goes up. Where are you? There, this is the middle one. Yay! It's here. This is the one that we'll hook up the light to. So I just need to get it over to where we need it. Yeah, spirituality and religion. Yes, absolutely. There's not a lot of religion going on anywhere, but there's a lot of spirituality. But it was also like the sort of the context was like someone who is a healer, and then we're talking to 3 people, and then the one who was a healer and clairvoyant in her day job had said something, and then we were like, oh, I don't know if this is true, and then casually the third person went like, well, she's the clairvoyant, so she must know. Just like, well, and that was the end of that conversation. Like, I mean, I don't think that the spirits tell her what time lunch is. so maybe my knowledge of when lunch is served is just as good as the clairvoyant healer. But yeah, well. Yeah, so anyway, I learned something amazing. I learned a lot of amazing things, but a particular thing, which is, I don't even know if I want to tell you that, but I also kind of want to, oh, it's the wrong level. Damn it. Shit. All right, so there was a guy, a guru or a tantric master, who had this concept, and the concept was really solid. Of course, it was branded and all that stuff. And then he had a workshop, and that workshop was probably one of the most extreme experiences I've had. The whole thing. Yes, I think that it. I really think it was. Yes. Yeah. It really was. Like in every way, like both in mind, in opening my mind, and also the actual experience. Yeah. So you want to hear about it? Stay tuned after the break. Because it's break time. Cool. And then if anyone is under the age of 18, then you go to bed now. What? Already exists? See, Jasper, I would not even answer that if that's completely irrelevant. If you want to ask something like that, you would do it in private, because that's just not a very cool thing to do. So. Right, be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Alright, we're back. Can't believe I'm telling you this. Alright, first I'm going to tell you the theory of the concept. So the concept, it was called 5D sex, or 5D SX. And the concept is, like anything else you want to practice, if you want to be better at playing soccer, you can't just play matches all the time, because you don't get enough practice on corner kicks, that kind of thing, right? So it's like sex is the same thing. You might have something that you want to be better at during sex, but just having sex, are you really getting that feedback at the moment during the act where you do this little thing, and do you get the feedback enough that you actually can improve? So of course not. So if you want to improve, if you want to get better at sex, you have to have a system. And that's the 5Ds. And they're a bit weak. Hey, Kanna, thank you for your loyal support for 26 months. So you have to have the same mindset, therefore the 5Ds. First, you have a desire to be better at something. Then you set up a date. It's a bit contrived, but anyway, you find someone that you can, first you identify what your desire, then you try to set up a date for someone, and then the next D is diplomacy, which is where you discuss how you can actually practice this together, and then you go on the date or the doing where you actually do this stuff, and then I can't remember what the last one was, but the idea was like you make sort of you focus on something you want to be better at, and then you actually just practice it, find someone to practice it with, instead of just running into that issue once in a while. Pretty basic when it comes to practicing being better at normal skills, but pretty radical when it comes to approaching sex in that way. Oh, this is also the wrong level. So, and then we did some small exercises. Imagine 50 people in a big tent in an evening, just doing these kind of sort of exercises where you sort of have to talk something. And then after we did that for a few times, talked some more, and then he was like, "All right, this was the easy part. Now it gets tough. Round up in a circle." So everyone was in a circle, and he said, "All right, now we do it. Now, if anyone has something that they want to get better at, I encourage you to stand up in front of everyone, express your deep desire about what you'd like to be better at, and then maybe someone will get up and you can then do it with them. Or maybe someone will get up and you don't want to do it with them, then that's fine. Or maybe no one will get up, and then that's just too bad." And everyone's like, "Okay." So a young guy was quick to jump up, and it's like, oh, he wanted to be better at expressing his desires, sexual desires, instead of sort of going with the flow. Cool. A couple of women got up and wanted to sit down and talk through that with him. Then I got up. Yeah, so what I said, you see, even now I get a little bit flustered about, then I said, this story is only going to come once, so you can think first. I said, I want to be better at embracing my dominant side. I love being dominant, but I don't really feel comfortable with the hair pulling, because like how much, how little, good techniques, and also like something as basic as spanking. Like, what is hard, what is not. How, like, this is the thing, like, if you have an intuitive feel for it, it works. If you don't have an intuitive feel, how the hell do you get it? Because it's super unsexy to spank someone and go like, is that okay? And then I stood there, 50 people looking at me, and 4 women got up. And I picked someone out, and we sat down in the, it was like a big circle in the tent, and then there were mattresses in the middle, and we just sat there across from each other, and we were supposed to sit and wait for everyone, for sort of everyone who wanted to have a chance to do that. So able to say that this thing is under anyone, let alone in front of people or Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I'm being a bit. I want to be open, honest, and courageous. So, we sat there across from each other, and she was just holding a hand on my chest. I was like, "Your heart is pounding." I was like, "I know," and I realized that I can't remember who the other 3 were who got up. I just noticed that she was there, and I had a connection with her, and I knew that she was a really good teacher. So while we were sitting there just waiting for someone else, I started sort of holding her hair and directing her, and that turned her on so much. And then it was just like teasing her, and like in the full circle of everyone. And then we just kind of got into it. Pulled her pants down, spanked her, and she was like harder, and like trying cupping your hand, and like I even had like a bruise in my hand, and she got pretty damn bruised. And that I made her come in front of 50 people in the tent, just from spanking her until she was all sorts of interesting colors. That was pretty damn intense, and it was absolutely insane experience. And of course she got like a huge mindfuck from the part about being like spanked in public right there. So yeah, you created a Nightbot command about it. Yeah. You have to know the right place to hit first of all. Danger zones when banging can be dangerous, even when not hitting hard. Yeah, okay. It's not... why can I not rotate? There. Yeah, so that was like one of the most extreme experiences, like the idea of sitting there on a mattress with her over my lap and just spanging her with like really loud sounds, both from her ass and her mouth from that. It was an absolutely magical experience. What would you do if instead of 4 women it would be a couple of guys? Then in that case, I wouldn't do it because I'm not comfortable with it. It's something I can work on, but at this point I'm not comfortable with that. And then it could also be someone that I just didn't feel comfortable with doing it, whether they were man or woman, doesn't matter. It's just a matter of you have to do these kind of things with someone they're comfortable. That was why I had to propose it. Someone had to volunteer to do this thing with me, and then I had to agree that I wanted to do it with it. There was nothing forced about it. There was nothing like, oh, but you have said it, then you must. No. That's not how it works. It's if you want to do it with this person under these conditions, then that's it. But it was like, first of all, it taught me, like, have you seen a more extreme case of you miss 100% of the chances you don't take? Like the courage I had to muster to get up and say not only my kinks, but also the fact that I wasn't good enough at my kinks as I wanted to be. And then practicing it with someone in front of everyone. And then let's just call it a very successful practice. That was it. That was definitely a thing that for me, it was a seminal moment, because the theory is that if you want to get better at something, you have to specify it and you have to set up a training session for it. I learned so much from that. Like specifically, I feel so much more confident about doing these things now, because not only did I try it and got good feedback, it also was quite successful, and both for her and for me. So that was like a huge success. Plus, I learned that if you're being courageous, good shit might happen. I could also have been up there and then nothing had happened, or someone would get up that I wasn't interested in, and then I'd have to deal with that. And in the end, like, that was a really unique experience that I almost missed out on. Like, it was so close that I didn't do it. And I think that it's so easy to sit and think like, oh, I should do this, and it would be, and then you sit and wait, and you sit and wait, and then people match up and pair up, and then there's not really, the opportunity has passed. And I knew a lot of people next morning when there was sort of a morning briefing, and there was a couple people who went up and go like, oh yeah, I need to work on my courage because I wanted to, but I never did, and now I missed out on a great opportunity because I was too afraid to ask. So like everything about this was just really, like, I learned so much, and I'm definitely going to do that again for other contexts. Like, also if you're with a partner and there's something you want to practice, then have practice sex. It's not going to be the best sex, but you're going to be figuring out if this is the thing that you can do, and then next time it's going to be hot and natural because you tried it and you tested it out. Yeah. So that was a I could never be so open in a public media festival, but I guess that is the point of attending such an event. Well, kind of. I get nervous in an interview when talking about stuff I know I'm very good at, let alone something like that. Yeah, I mean, I've never been afraid of public speaking, and it's also my profession now. But it was at that moment when I stood up, I was like, I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. What's the worst that can happen? Do it. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm standing. And then the guy comes over with a microphone so I could speak in the microphone in front of everyone. And then I said it, and I could just feel like stars in front of my eyes, like this, were clearly not getting enough. But and I was like standing there for a second and go like, fuck, what if no one gets up? What if no one? Oh. Do you want to come? Yeah. That was whew. You would have been full of regret had you not done it. Exactly. I was exactly thinking like, I'm gonna hate myself if I don't do it. But if I do it and no one volunteers, you can say that by doing something that was a little more extreme, I could also just rationalize it towards myself of saying like, okay, if I take something softer, like, oh, I want to talk about my feelings, then I would guaranteed get someone. But if I did something a little more extreme, then I could always use that as an excuse if no one volunteered and go like, oh, that might maybe a bit too extreme for people here, like, you know, kind of hedging your own bets and sort of covering it. I think there might have been some aspect of that as well. But yeah. What percentage of participants get not pair up? I think that I was kind of busy, but I think that I think there were like 50 people there, and then kind of later on, as the pairing sort of stopped, I could sort of hear that there was someone getting up and saying something, and then there was a little pause, and then someone got up, and then that was like, no, I'm not interested in doing that with you. And so there were a lot of not pairing, and I think maybe in the end there were like 10 pairs doing stuff of various, nothing as spicy as what I did. So maybe like half got paired up, I think. Back to the topic of communication. Why are kings so badly regarded in some cultures' context? Because we don't talk about them, and by talking we make all types of sexualities more normal. I don't like this answer. I don't like giving this answer, but I think it's the correct one. Christianity. So repressed sexuality has been like a favorite pastime for the Christian church in Western society for the last 500 years. And like, sex is something that happens between a man and a woman on a weekly basis out of necessity to procreate. And like, if that's it, then anything that is not conforming to that, which is just lust, is the devil's work, and horniness, the devil's work. Anything that's not sort of for the sake of procreating is the devil's work. And even if it's not Christianity the religion, then it's Christianity the social fabric that guides the values of Western society. All the churches repress sexuality. Probably no, not really. But like Tantra is is the precursor to Hinduism, so not really. So but I cannot speak of all, but Western society, that's kind of why, and it still permeates our society. That's outside the norm. This looks good. This looks good. I like this. These are some nice terminals here, and I think they might even work. The devil works hard. Yes. There's a lot of work to be done. Have you tried to practice dry orgasm? I'm, yes. Tried. It's a bit of a task. Bit of an endeavor. It's something I'd like to be better at. But I did have some energy orgasms, if that's something that rings a bell for anyone. Yeah. An American Native religion, for someone. Oh yeah, there's some really interesting. I can't remember what it's called. There's a Native American. I don't know if it's called Indian or Native American. Anyway, tribe where they have classified the yoni into 9 shapes and sizes, and named them after animals, and then you based on the look of the yoni, then that's their animal, and then that's how you treat them both sexually and emotionally. It's like, oh, let me see. Oh, you're a bison. Okay, I now know what you like. I think that's just really I thought that's super interesting. Wrong place. Didn't populate the previous chat messages. There. And you're... Oh, we need computers for these. That's annoying. Well, we have a computer factory, so not a big deal. Where? Not here. Ow, ow. It's computers? Definitely not that. I don't know why that's switched back. There. Whoop. There. Yeah, so that was sort of some of the more spicy stuff, but it was also like really, it was probably like the workshop that I learned the most from, like the single most educational, both sort of actual learning and also reflection on sort of my behavior and how I could get more out of life, basically. Let's see this one. This will then be... It's really difficult with pass signals. I don't think that should be a pass signal. Because the whole thing is going to be one path, isn't it? It's actually going to be a little bit weird. This one is not. Session crashes, maybe. Yeah. What level of the base is this? Ground floor? No, no, this is 5, 6. It's where it's high up. Don't need passings inside intersections. No, that's true. It's not chain signals. You're right. I was just a little bit of warning. I just need some hugs between drawings, but I'm older than you all. That's me. What? You just need some hugs? It's also nice. I like some hugs. There. So we just block this off. It just feels weird to not have any path signals here. Yeah, block signal. Yeah, near target mode. Well, when Miss Chimney's not so busy anymore, then we'll get it. It's a path signal, and then a going out of the path. Yeah. So that sort of... But the fact that it's all blinking kind of means that it doesn't work. Right? There's clearly something here. This one is not happy. And this one is not happy. These are not happy. Why are they not happy? How was it we got these displayed? Oh yeah, they're blinking of the last in line. Yeah. Signals before the roundabout. I wanted to make it here, but pass signal here and then a normal signal here to sort of go out of that one. Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's the last one in the block, but that should... This is not... I don't get this. Everywhere that this point is either a signal here, or it goes this way and then there's a signal there, or it intersects with any of these and there's a signal there. So it should be blocked off everywhere. Like, why is this one? This doesn't make sense to me, because it should go into this signal. Like, why is this weird? I don't get it. You wanted that in Factory? No, but it's gonna be like 2 trains, so don't care. Because the rail section isn't working. I think you got a point then. Block has conflicting entry type signals. Because this one enters a block and therefore it has to be a path signal to enter the block. How do I see the blocks though? Like I feel that there is a way. I remember commenting about the four color theorem. Is that when you're having this? No? Build, snap to guidelines, lock hologram, sample building, hide HUD. No? So this is a path signal. This is an exit of the path. This is an entrance into the block. So the block should be between this one. And it stops here and it comes in here, and that is a... Oh, this is a block signal. That's probably it. There we go. Now it works. Cool. Definitely could see the blocks. Yes. Alright. It works. It works. So it made sense, it was correct, and we fixed it. So now there are no blinking signals into this block. It's a giant block here, but that's shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, well, maybe it's not a problem. This one will be Box. Let's do like main and then bauxite. Cool. With the signal cube, you can see the colors. Yes. First train. Yeah, but it's not scheduled. We've had trains before, but they just weren't scheduled either. Really, please mind the gap between the train and the platform. Yeah. Yeah, mind the gap. So much work setting up trains in Satisfactory. I feel like I've been working on it the whole stream. Yeah, but you know, that is true, but we also kind of done something else. So I would say I'm actually okay with the progress, because the progress has also kind of included some other things that are interesting. So that's 1, 2. Take care, Zelda. Really late for me. Thank you for the very interesting and constructive conversations. Looking forward to tomorrow for the expense. Enjoy the extra hour. Thank you. Well, we get an extra hour so we can get more stuff done. And then it's this one. So let's see, just to sort of other things that happened at the festival that were not. So this was kind of one of the more, not even sort of the most extreme, but for me at least, but it was a pretty intense experience. But generally, most of what happened was like really pleasant, and just not as provocative or some. One thing that I thought was really good is that a workshop like this, there's so much focus, like unbelievable amount of focus on consent. Like, first thing that happened, the first workshop was mandatory for everyone. It was about consent, and it was really interesting. The 45 minutes of sleep. Yeah. Like, it was really nice that the focus was so much on consent. So one of the things that was really cool that we did was that you walked around and then you met someone, and then the task was one person will ask the other one, can I do this to you? And you have to say yes. You don't have to do it, but you have to say yes to it. And then you could just feel how your body reacted when you said yes to something that you didn't feel a yes to. And then you sort of have to do another exercise, swap around, and then you have to say no, no matter what was asked. You had to say no, just to feel how a no that you meant and a no that you didn't mean, but you were sort of forced to. And it was really interesting, especially for people who are not used to feeling their own boundaries. It is a super valuable exercise, because you can really feel like a no that is true and a no that is just because the exercise says that you have to say no now. And I think it's just important for stuff like that, places like this, that you're always on top of consent. And it was There were always, for all workshops, there were they called them some sort of emotional support. Basically, there was someone facilitating, and then there were always like 2-3 like professional organizers, counselors who would be like available if someone sort of got overwhelmed with emotions or didn't feel comfortable. They would always be there to sort of pick you up, and just like that kind of safety and like making sure that everyone was in the right mindset and even sort of intersecting. So yeah, it was really good. That's something about when you're older, everything takes longer. Pause for leg cramps. And try again. 131 meters. I guess this is where we need to have a station then. Oh, it's too close, is it? Kind of is. So now, how do we make a train station at this point? Could also take this out. I'm kind of thinking that maybe we'll take this out and then we'll redo this area as it comes in here and then it loops around. What's the point of train tunnel segments? Not much. Honestly. I just wanted to break up the monotony, and it actually helps us on getting the right distance for... Like, the difference between these train tunnels is exactly the distance that one part can reach. Oh, no flying mode. Shit, I forgot flying mode. I completely forgot it. Ah, I want flying mode. There. And we also need a free upgrade, but we'll get that when we come home. There we go. No. That's nice. Hey, Millens, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Ooh, T3 miners. Oh, that's so good. I forgot that. Thank you for reminding me. Hello, tier 3 miners. $300 this way. Really bad throw. Plasma splitter remains. Cool. That one. The concrete factory. Yes. Thank you. That's actually way more important. flies weird when you're moving. Where are you? Cool. Yeah, let's go fix that. The concrete. Besides the obvious 3D aspect of Satisfactory, is it similar to Victorian progression? Not really. Yeah, no, not really. What? It has a different progression, which is nice because otherwise it would just be like a clone. That is an awful lot of crap down here. Oops. Oh, that's cool. That worked out well. Yummy. Any more? Was there one more? No. Yeah. There was one out here, I guess. Oh, look at that fat one. Okay, so if I get hit while flying, then I don't fly anymore. Seems rather durable. It's alive? Not particularly. So I guess that's why it was pretty durable. I thought there was one extra one out here. There we go, there was an extra one. Alright, so we don't need to do anything more with this right now, but I want to go back for the concrete. Shouldn't there be something interesting here? Concrete, T3 belt for concrete. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that. It's... I mean, I'd like to have it, but it just seems like too big of a thing to to request. Oh, one of those big ones. Yeah. That is a pretty interesting jump you got. Oh, no, you don't. Thing remains. Oh, there's someone shooting. Okay, this place is a little bit dangerous, but I hope they still didn't find anything in here. There we go. No? Ooh, that worked well. What the hell is down here? Gotta be something. Jump was scary? Yeah. There we go. A slug. Beep beep, low ammo. Oh yeah. Beep beep. Thank you for the beep beep. Also, every time we have flying, it's also a good opportunity to pick up, top up on our slugging. That would look great if someone actually bothered to finish it, but alas. Oh, there's also little baby ones. Nom, 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 nom. Pick up, and that's it. Cool. Yeah, let's get for the concrete. So this is now what it looks like, the flying part and that bridge. So it comes out from really high up. Free resources mean unlimited nobelisks. How? All right, so let me think. What was it? Oh yeah, the concrete is below ground, but we don't have the concrete yet, or we don't have the belts yet. So we need to use our free research for the belts, I think. So free research. Oh, we don't have marked that here. Oh, I did get that. Okay, never mind. Should I take the most expensive one? Or should I take this one? Is it even worth it at this point? I'm not going to use it anytime soon. What would I like to have? Nuclear power! We'll take the aeronautic engineering. There. We'll get all of them eventually.
Milestone reached. Aerial transport of resources is now possible with the use of drones, ideal for shipping across long distances or difficult terrain. Ensure the presence of batteries at drone ports for optimal results. A new project part enables progress to the next phase.
Oh, this is a little bit too quick. A little bit too quick. Ow. Concrete. Concrete. Where's concrete? Concrete is downstairs. The cool rising of the mist. Yes. So, initial derelict base. And you are already a tier 3 miner. Yes. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Yay, free stuff. When I take a break, when I come back after the break, then I'm just gonna be no more free stuff. So weird that they're not aligned in a meaningful way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll have a new game on the channel. Expanse. Telltale Story. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to work. And you're 480, so you just need to go... 780, that's the maximum, right? Yeah, obviously it doesn't quite work because we're not all the way... that one. Yeah. Cute little mouse holes for the trains. Yeah, I know. It's more cute and quirky than it's meaningful and relevant. These don't change color, by the way, so that's why they are. That's not it. Where's my concrete? This is my concrete done, I think. Five. Level 5. Ta-da! There. So that was the one thing that I think we would really needed to get upgraded. Cool. Let me take a short break. Then we get our... No, we'll not take a little break now. We'll try to get as much mileage out of our build as possible. What's the upgrade here? How many items? 780 items per second. Yeah, so these are good, and this actually means that I can have 8 stations for each location, I hope, unless this is... Oh, it's actually using too much. Oh no! Oh, look at that. If you look at the diagonal, it means they're gonna overlap. It means I can't make another one out right here. That means I should have taken this one out. One, two, three. Take this out, and you. Oh. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Autosave. Yeah, so it's what is like half a yellow belt or something. Yeah. And we take the other one out, and the other one out, and we just cross our fingers that it is still not working. Oh, it doesn't work. Because if we look at the diagonal, I think this is this. Yeah, so this is the diagonal, and that's the diagonal, and that's the diagonal, and that's the diagonal. They're going to be overlapping. Anything we can do about that? I got it as close as possible. They'll just kiss. I think they'll do more than kissing. They'll be cuddling. Right. 1, 2, 2. No, 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 no. They're kissing. They're just gently kissing. Oh, a little blush kiss here. Look at that. This is perfectly timed. Perfectly balanced. Right? No. It's not correct. They'll be overlapping because that's the diagonal. So it's because I didn't place it correctly here. Ah, yeah, okay. Damn. It's supposed to be from this corner. Ah. Take care, Jager. Let's see if we see you again, or you got an overdose of reality here. And thank you very much for sharing and being honest and courageous to share. Very much appreciated. Spawned a really, really good conversation. Yeah. Freight platform. This shouldn't be a freight platform. Should be a station. I think the most important thing when making these kind of tracks is just make sure that they are, yeah, even. I have a short straight section where the trains join and diverge again, like the one diagonal. Yeah, that could, like these parts here, that is feasible. It would have to be from that location into this location, which means this would be have to move 2 tiles over here. That would mean going from here to here. And then that could go in here, which could then go up to that one, and it could go over to that one, and then you could go, well, you wouldn't exist because you would come from here. And the other one would be coming from like this. I guess this is what your suggestion. I think it looks neater, but then it doesn't have this roundedness anymore. And you can't make it shorter than this. It can't be just one tile. It's too short. Yeah, you might like it, but it means all of this intersection has to be redone. It looks better than the other way around. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I guess so. All this has to go as well. And then 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And over there. Oh, we really forgot that break. Damn. That'll be 1, 2, and 3 away. So you go in and get to that one. And you go 2 forward, and then you connect into this one. There. So that's now fixed. All right, short break. I took my break, but I forgot to tell you. Okay, well, I'll take my break now. So we'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll see if we can build a station out there, and we won't have any free resources after the break. Be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, welcome back. Good evening, Jeff. You missed one hell of a story time. Okay, so one of the stations was backwards. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, I get it. There you go. That's how it's supposed to be. How far should I rewind? Whew, I don't know, an hour? I guess. Go to sleep now. Alright, Mr. Mini, thank you for joining. Kept you up late. I had to make sure that the conversations were enticing for you so that you stuck around and did your evening work. I hope they were satisfactory, the stories. Good. And yeah, okay. No more free builds. But we still have half an hour of flying. That is it bidirectional? Yes, they're gonna come in. Nice and dangerous. Let me just check. Okay, we got all of it. And do I have concrete? I have enough concrete. Spicy Junction, yes. Very much. So now I just need to make a station of sorts. Radiation level. Yes, intermediate signals by the path. Yes, I do. Don't really know where. I think... Right, so this segment here is something I want to change, or we want a station here. And since the minimum size of the station is 6, then that'd be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That means I can get, if I can get it out here. I need to make it wider. Actually, I do. No, I think I want it like straight back. Like this, yes. Yeah. And then let's just take these out, even though that's going to kill our flyability. So let's start by getting that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. What if we do it here? Then that'll have to be one more line. I want this. I want it to be as even on both sides as possible. Yeah. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this we'll have to go further back. One, two. So you can go here and take that out. And oops. One, two, three. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we do this instead. There. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Except that it goes a little bit out of the side here. Ah, I'm out of explosives. No! If you align the rail in the station with the rail, can't you do 3 platforms to one side and 3 to the other? Requires 2 tiles, but no. Oh, don't want that one to crawl. Okay, I don't know. Like, let's try it. From here. See, it doesn't work. Three tiles to shift it by 1. And I wanted to shift it by 1. But I also wanted to not shift it at all. One, two, three. No. It will actually need to be a diagonal. Okay, so this is shifting out 1, 2, 3. That becomes 4, 5, and then this will then be the 6th tile. Comparatively, right? So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. And that will be somewhat in the middle. There. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we rotate it here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it doesn't work because I can't do these kind of intersections with too many intersection points. All right, so I think this is a nice one. Middle, there could be buff zone. Yes. And this one. Bauxite. Okay, now what? Wiggly? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yes, that's a little bit. It's because we started from one of these. That started from as well. You don't look wiggly. Yes. So how many items are we gonna get in, and how are we gonna split them fairly and evenly between these locations? That's always the if you start on concrete and connect to a segment, it'll go wiggly. No. If you connect to a non-straight segment. The conservatives are right. The queer ones make the straight ones go queer. Only when you connect straight with straight, it stays straight. But if you connect the straight with a queer, it goes queer. Oh my god, the conservatives were right. Too much? It's too late. Yeah. We should have some queer belts. Yeah, so let's keep this one. Moving to bed. All right, thank you very much, Mark. You have been you're the reason why I'm not moving to bed. So hey, how dare you leave me hanging? Do conversions of it. Oof, that's taking a nasty turn. But I think we should leave some belts squiggly. If they feel like they want to be squiggly, they should be expressing themselves wherever they want. Which one's inbound? Is that inbound? Presumably. Yeah. So I can actually only take... Hello, Sea Sky. How are you doing? Is everything satisfying? Yeah. Because if I replace this belt, if I took these out and replaced them, they would almost certainly be squiggly. Because when you connect it to a curved belt, it wants to connect to continue that curve. That's why I make these small segments and then make the straight one in between and then make the other ones. Just do the straight one first. Yeah, but I didn't know how long it had to be. That's why I just built two, and then I built from this side two, and then I just put the other one in between. So now it is matters not one bit. That's the only way I can see this is that we can only get 2 full belts inbound, but that's probably also enough for this. Let's see. But your objects, yes. Oh no, the objects. Impure and normal. Normal pot. Stupid cat. Normal plus a pure. We can easily get this one to be. This is tier 3s. They can easily be all the way up. Otherwise, these two can just merge. Do storage container have balanced output? No, unfortunately, they do not. But this is just to make sure that we can load the station quickly. Because when the trains are loading, the station shuts off. and therefore the belts would shut off, and that's a little bit unfortunate. So at this point, the belts will continue to fill up these, and as the train departs, then we'll get full dump in there. And then I can now get 2 lines in. Let's see if we can remember how to do this. There will be a splitter. Let's make it... That'll take care of this and this. And then there'll be another splitter here. And there'll be one more splitter. That one. Yeah, this is stupid because I also need the one on top. One, two, 1, 2. That's good, and yeah, see, this is why this can't be here. Start with the top. And then from here into that, here into that. Yeah, so that should be how it's done. Right. If you're bringing 2 equal belts, no need to split each one to all 4. Theoretically, no, but you know that. That's the same with balancing in Factorio. It's like suddenly something gets out of balance, and if you don't balance it, then it'll never rebalance itself. So I'm just gonna be like, principally I agree with you, but yeah, I'm gonna do my thing here. So, I think that's a nice station, right? It's not too fancy. It's just something. Also, like a bad place to build it. Like a really bad place. Like right did I build it right on the intersection? Anywhere else? I can just drag it all the way over here just so that it's gonna be less annoying. Here and here and these 2 out. So that's much easier to deal with when it's this location. Power will then come from... Yep. That's a funny little crease underneath. Oh, perfect. Waiting for autosave takes quite a while now. And oh, we actually did. I take a save at the break? Yes. Oh, hello, big guy. And hello, slug. Oh, I don't have any explosives. And this one is just not gonna kill us. Even with my superior aim, it's just not gonna make it. Ow. Find that there's more than one? Yeah. Oh. More than one. They just... These are impossible to kill with this lousy gun. And yeah, I know they have scales, but still. Yeah, Seam Smasher, that's kind of... You get a little bit too close to these. Yeah, that's the big one I don't want to be bumped by. Ah. Okay, all good. These corners really would like to be the appropriate corners. That one. Yep, perfect. Ooh, nice. And whatever. Big whatever. Okay. Well, actually, we don't need to do anything more than this. Like the guns don't make sense lore-wise. The rest of the tech is advanced, and the guns seem to be firing rubber bullets. I think they were... yeah. I think they have been nerfed because they must have been too good. Because they're really bad now. Confluence of these. Oh, one of the big ones as well. Whoopa! Ow. Woohoo! Easy. First try. Let's see. We need these outbound. I can't throw these away anyway. This is... It can't be more anyway, because I don't have faster builds right now. And... Weird. And then the other one goes... Yeah. That is a long way away. Filled with unobtainium, yes. Good old unobtainium. That way. Ah. No! Sucks. Ooh, coal. Don't care. Ah, we're out of stuff. Okay, so we need explosives and we need some Mark IV belts. Oops. Let's go. Hey, let's edit the timetable. Why are they so interested in Dutch cities? And I don't know which one it is. Probably this. Not even going to try to pronounce it. You should care about coal. You need for aluminium. Oh, that's true, that's true. But I don't care about it right now. I have to not care about something. I can't just not care. I'm a very caring person. I care about coal and aluminium. Who went the stupid belt through? Yes. Yeah, you know. I think when it's midnight around here, then, you know. The loyal devotee. Let's see how loyal that devotee is. Thank you, a new protector of the path. Oh, hold on. Welcome. With the protector of the path, then those are, you never really know if it's like just for the 5 minutes it takes to download the save games, or it's for many years of happiness. We'll of course assume for many years of happiness first. Okay, I think this floor is, it took a little bit longer than it should have, but it's also really neat. And that's nice. I am so looking forward to telling people who are not into this, and I go like, oh yeah, so what do you do when you game? Oh yeah, I was sitting there playing games, and then a topic came up about erectile dysfunction, and then I started talking about it, and people just loved the topic, so they donated, I don't know, $300. What? That is so absurd. Yeah. Let's see. What did I want to get? I can't remember what. Oh yeah, yeah. It's the next ones up here. Here. There you go. Just need to make sure I have enough. We also have an awful lot of that. And what else do we need? There's a lot of money. I mean, and it's not the usual way to make money off of that, I would say. It is still a little bit absurd. It feels a little bit absurd, but I'm also really happy about it because I am... That's weird. Mostly worried about... We messed up. We messed up when we upgraded the belts. Something must have broken. Can't remember what the other thing we wanted was. There were two. Oh yeah, explosives. Explosives. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hybrid tube splitter would be nice, yeah. Yes. Oh, this was broken long time ago. Ah, it's because this one misaligned a little bit, I think. And something connected into the wall instead. I think that's it. Alright, but I can't remember what the... Oh yeah, explosives. So let's just go up and see. Do patrons have access to Satisfactory blueprints? If so, where are they? They are... anyone protector of the path is has access to it. It's a little complicated. Go to... When pledging, add your Discord name. Then you get automatically access to a hidden channel called Patron Save Games. In there, there's a link to a Google Drive. One for save games for Satisfactory and one for blueprints. And then from there, you just put them into your own library. No. Thank you. What? Really, you ought to simplify it and write them down on the back of the US Constitution. That seems like a fairly odd place to write it down, considering how few Americans have actually read the US Constitution. Then I don't think it would help very much to put it there. And we have now converted all of our glorious stuff into useless stuff. Yeah, because Nobilisk. Yeah, it's the black powder. So we actually need more black powder. It's one of those things where I tell myself, like, you know, just read the US Constitution, and I guess the Bill of Rights would also be good. Bill of Rights is the first 11 amendments 10 or is it 11? 10. Okay. So just get an idea about it, just because it's like, sure. I mean, I want to know. 10. Okay. I mean, considering not exactly my home turf. Read the Declaration and the Gettysburg Address. The Constitution is pretty jargony. Yeah. I read the Danish Constitution some years ago with my kids because we talked about it, and I was like, sure, I'll find it. It's not very long. And it really is weird that it was amended so that it used to be the firstborn son would be the king, and then that was amended to being the firstborn. But it still says the king rules, and the king and the king and the king and the king is approving the parliament. The king is approving this. And I was like, why did they not change it so that it says the monarch? But because they just fixed it, but then it says the king, but the queen is not the king. So according to the Constitution, yeah. This Constitution is only a few thousand. What is your favorite amendment? And I think the one that most know is the Second Amendment. Most contested. That makes a constitutional monarchy still too? Yes. So it's the parliament is approved by the monarch, the king. And it's a little bit formality, because if the monarch didn't do it, it would be the last thing they did, and then there would just not be a monarchy anymore. Let's see. Did I clickety click. I clicked a lot of stuff, but that was not really what I wanted. Nope, I wanted the black powder to be turned into nobelisks. 1A free speech, 2A guns, 3A you can't be forced to Airbnb soldiers. And the fourth one is that the right to face your prosecutor? I feel that was like the fourth. Like the face your whatever accuser? I don't know what it's called. I feel that's the one. Oh right, that's seizure and yeah, search and seizure. No unreasonable. Yeah, I think it's interesting how attached Americans seem to be to the Constitution, like sort of arguing things about from the perspective of the Constitution, not sort of acknowledging that it's 250 years old, and maybe they didn't think about internet privacy when they wrote it, and they're like, well, they didn't mention internet privacy, so it doesn't, so we don't have to maybe there are some nuances about copyright and privacy, internet, that just didn't really sort of, they didn't have a sufficient time to think those hypotheticals through. All right, let's see. What is it I want? Oh yeah, I wanted to make. And we're stuck in autosave and ding 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 ding. Yeah, the right to bear arms. That cannot be misunderstood. Every man should be able to parade the decapitated arms of a bear. Yeah, that seems reasonable. It's a different time. Yeah, and and yeah, we don't have free speech in Denmark. That's interesting, isn't it? You'd think so, but nope, no free speech. So practically yes, but according to the law, nope. You're not allowed to speak evil of the monarch, and you are. There's also a racism clause as well, that you're not allowed to. Free speech doesn't extend to racism, and there are some other ones as well. Ooh, looks nice. That's a beautiful dawn. Let's go out here. I think we have what we needed. Do we have concrete? Yes. Oh, you know, we have trains for this thing. Do we? Thought we did. Yes. By the Constitution, there are free speech, but in fact there isn't. Yeah. That's worse. Because up the middle of the pyramid, yeah. Everybody's just being around to see more of the series. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's still going to continue for a long time. Don't have it either, and it's getting more restricted by hate speech. Yeah, and then in Germany there are also certain things that are of particular historical sensitivities. I think that the US free speech is a mixed bag. Yeah. It's but I would also say that I think that, and this, I'm talking about something I clearly do not know enough about, but I don't understand the legal system being case driven. It's so foreign to me how that anyone would think that's a good idea. But maybe because you can't get around to breaking laws when you have a two-chamber, then you have to sort of let the unelected judges basically decide the interpretation. That's way too much. Like the idea of, like, yeah, I mean, the most obvious is Roe v. Wade, and then suddenly it can just be overturned. It was like, then make a fucking law about it instead of just relying on sort of fabric of society is resting upon one case, 50-year-old case, and then that can be overturned by some non-elected officials. Like, that doesn't seem like a good democratic system. Conservation of certain state, yes, that's a good one. The free speech guarantees. The First Amendment are not dependent on each other. They are two separate things, both split in 1A. Where is it? Oh, there you are. You're stuck in there. That did not do much. That's gonna be mildly annoying if we can't kill you because you're underground. Oh well. Okay, it's gonna be more than mildly annoying. There. $600. That's something. Ah, didn't work. Ow, 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 ow. Did you park? Yeah, you parked. Oh, I guess. Ah, perfect time. Okay, let's get that one. Appealed a court ruling that hinged on free speech. This was been spun into one of those internet bullshitteries trying to repeal the First Amendment. Yeah. Yeah, that's... But the idea of case law, like, the only ones who benefit from having a legal system based on case law, that's AI. Because that's the only things that can cope with case law. And I think AI would be excellent at dealing with case law. Because, like, hundreds of thousands, millions of cases, just scrolling through it, see any reference to something, any examples, but any, like, how can you be a lawyer when you're like, I know there's so much I don't know. They'll, like, massive systems of trying to figure out those, how that works. Yeah, case law, yeah. And the same, like, I'd say, like, large language models would be great at case law and diagnostics. Like, diagnostics seem like the most obvious case where, like, there's no way that doctors have any chance of just go like, okay, so the correlation between nausea and skin rash plus cardiomyopathy, like, okay, well, that is clearly one of these three things, and this one is likely, and this is very likely, and this is extremely rare. But the way you test for it is like all those, like, patterns, is that's where AI excel. Ah, that should have been. Scale, right? Social media and AI are perfect examples of that. The scale of speech and the scale of machine learning are so far beyond the imagination of the founding fathers. Yeah. Case law system has benefit. Instead of having to scratch out every last tiny corner case by law, you include an expression of general intent, hierarchy of humans in place. In theory, yes. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. This is why I'm saying, like, because I'm thinking, like, they can't. Nothing. Everything is the laws in Denmark. But I don't know. It would be interesting to sort of look at the Danish law and Swedish, for example, because Sweden is known to legislate about everything. So that would be, like, interesting to sort of compare size-wise, like X number of words versus Y number of words. But it's also like, I feel like, and it must be a thing, like gaming the system in terms of, like, can't you build a case where, let's say something like copyright that's never been really challenged very much, like a lot of the things that we believe about DMCA has never been tested in court. But if you sort of, from either side, you could sort of go like, okay, let's build our case by bringing a case forward that is so favorable in our terms, and then that becomes the precedent, and then the next one will sort of carve out a little bit more space around that one because it'll lean on the only case that exists within this domain, and therefore that will be the precedent, and then that precedent will sort of slowly get expanded. Contract law has been completely degraded. Contract law, like the fact that you can go to a website and enter into a legal binding contract, is insane. That is not how contract law was intended. But there have been, like, shifts in contract law where that just got degraded for good reason. And then it becomes a complete mockery of what it was intended to be. Intentional contract was that it would be two people who could make an agreement that would be legally binding, but they had to enter willingly. And then the court system stopped sort of being interested in whether it was reasonable and just whether it was in accordance to the contract. So you could have bad deals, but as long as the terms were clear, then the deal was there. And then it became like, okay, can you have standard contracts? Yeah, because you need to be able to sell sewing machines quickly, right? And then, then suddenly we are going to a website and you are entered a legally binding contract. We lose trials on purpose to win a later case. Oh, interesting. Well, Asimov wrote a fair few. Even a handshake should be... Isn't that from the beginning that even a handshake could be... Yeah. Yeah. The problem with... Testament to you, the undersigned hereby agree that you and your successors... Yep. Exactly. And I think there should be something like, it was CD sales, right? When the fact that when you opened a CD, by opening the CD case, the paper inside that said you're not allowed to copy this, by just opening it, you had agreed to the contract, because you could close it again and return it and say, I don't want to agree to the contract inside my CD case. But who did that? And now it's just completely irrelevant. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be a little over time, but if we're damn well be jumping on this damn train here, and Q bauxite. We'll have one delivery of this train, and that will be the conclusion from here to here. And one of them should be marked as loading, and one should be that's unloading. Load, yes. turn off self-driving. Real among the oldest games we have, but they are a lot harder to prove, so people tend to write them down. Yes. And then there's the whole burden of actually managing of just, if you're not happy with it, then actually suing people for it. Why is it not working? Why we edit timetable? One load has been that did not work. I don't know why it didn't work. It should have, but it didn't. Either way, we have a train schedule, and your connector storage? Yeah, I think so. But there's clearly something wrong, but I'm not going to be debugging now, because we never know how long it is. Yeah, all conditions are broken? Yeah, I would. No, let me correct it. If I know all conditions are still broken. Unload. Unload. I have to do this while I remember. Cool. No, I can't click it anymore. Oh, because it's at the station. Now I can. Unload and unload. Sweet. Cool. Timetable. And save. And save. And there. Main worksite. Ta-da! That's it. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Thank you for being able to have such a mature conversation at stretched over several hours. And thank you so much for your generosity for the hype train. That was absolutely amazing. I think we've told some of the spiciest stories we've told here on the stream. And the thing is, it's not even the most spicy, but it's the spiciest it gets around here. So thank you very much for being so mature and so welcoming. It's awesome. Tomorrow we're going to be playing some Expanse, the Telltale series, and yeah, Friday will be day off, and Saturday we'll probably be back with more of the Expanse, and then Sunday will be probably more Satisfactory. So thank you very much for joining. Good night. Take care, everyone, and stay effective.